Good morning. Boy, I'm not sure where I'm going with this. I just put a collective or general collective energy reading. I'm not sure exactly what I put. There's been a lot going on, and I need to come on here and I need to talk about some things. I should have kept that tank top on I had on underneath here. Um, but just in case if someone could see my leggings that I have on, I took it off because it doesn't really match. Like they're both wine colors, but they're different. One's more like burgundy and one is more, plummy of wine color. So I took it off just in case. I'm not sure if I talked about it on here. Normally I go and do a lot of lives on my Facebook. And I know on there that I have talked about a lot of things into my journey. That's what I ended up talking about a lot. I have to talk about this before I can get into the reading. It's relevant, so I'm going to be doing a reading on this. So it is not going to be rainbows and butterflies and unicorns reading. My readings are not really like that anyways. Yes, there can be good, beautiful, euphoric, or dreamy like energy there. But it's not illusionary, and it's not like a sugarcoating of things, or fantasy fairy tale. That's not something that I'm done with. Not to say that we don't need to believe in magic, but there is a difference between believing in magic and making your dreams come true than feeding people fairy tales. You can't have good without the bad, right? To bring into wholeness and into unity consciousness, you have to be able to bring them in and align them and let them flow together like healthily, right? So, if you go to one spectrum or the other too much, you're out of balance. So that's not what I'm about, either really negative or that polarity. I try not to go to those polarity and extremes. Sometimes when I read, does it happen? It does, because those are the energies. So in my journey, what I have been dealing with, I know this is probably why they have me wanting to discuss more, since this is like a new platform for me. I brought up, I think it was yesterday, me being that I was raised in and out of foster care, and that I was like born into abuse. I didn't say that, but I was born into abuse, and I ended up repeating the cycle unknowingly, unwillingly, to some extent, because you don't know what you're doing. You're young, you're dumb, you're naive, you don't know, kind of like programs that you're running out of, or how people have control over you and how that's fucked with your perception. So anyways, in this healing journey, I have been dealing with a lot of attacks, not just physical, but spiritual, energetic. And I get channeled Ra a lot. And things with overcoming. I also get, in regards to Ra and like rising up, I also get destructive energy. Like he's here to destroy what is not good for you, right? To like overcome your shadow, other people's demonic attacks, the underworld, whatever you want to call it, however you see it, or whatever level that you have experienced, or that are opened up to understanding, right? My cigarette's went out. Everything happens in divine timing. And I'm like, okay, I get this. I get a certain amount. I understand a certain amount. And I keep getting it over and over and over. I don't understand in this journey about Ra. I don't understand about this. I don't understand. Like, I understand a certain amount. What I'm not understanding is I know it means more, right? And it's like pulling all these puzzle pieces together. For the last year or two, hold on, they're telling me I need to slow down. Since I was a little girl, Like I could talk to animals, especially birds. And it's not like talk to, but it's an energetic exchange. Like there's telepathy. Um, Energetically, I could feel them coming around to talk to me, and then they would chirp and do this and that. I could tell they were giving me messages. And when I was little, I would know what they are, even if I didn't like know words. Sometimes I would know words. Like I could formulate certain energies into certain little words. I was about 10. There was a big presence of crows in my life. Um, 10, 11. Before that, they were there too, but this biggest time frame, there was a huge presence of crows. And being that, I lived in the city, it's harder to find pockets of crows like that. So it's kind of like more strange, right? Um, and at that time frame, things were like changing. They were probably enhancing within me, within my abilities. Um, and one day it was just, this is how I can look back and know that I suffered from depression also. Um, like understanding now in this journey, I've been through so many awakenings throughout time. And time is an illusion, but in this lifetime, so many awakenings. And then so many times I have regressed, and then there's been so many awakenings where I just kept going. Even if I regressed, maybe I regressed 3 steps, and another time 10 steps, and then I'd keep going. um, Point being is it got to a certain point around 10, 11, where I was like, okay, I'm weird. This is not normal. And I never told no one or nothing. I was just like, this is strange. This is weird. This is not normal. And I kind of started closing myself off to it. And like to that telepathy, to that energetic exchange, to that support. Closer to probably the age time of 11, I was just like, fuck this. You know what I'm saying? This is not normal. And even though I did that, I still had a connection with them. It just, I shut out kind of like that energetic exchange, that telepathy of it's, you want to call it telepathy, even though they're animals. It's an energetic exchange, right? Because they're giving me information. And I was open to it and open to understanding. Um, so I've known that I've had gifts and abilities. In this healing journey. What part of it? There's been healing off and on throughout my whole life. I've been through a lot of trauma. So anyways, I leave my home, which I was going to go back and we're not going to get into all this. We'll get into that another day if I need to. Spirit likes me to speak my truth. And that means to share. This is part of my journey, my walk, which I wasn't so happy with in the beginning, where I have to share all this information about me and speak my truth and let people know. Just something because of the programming, the abuse, how it shaped me. Now I have to, be open to sharing, as well as a part of my healing abilities because of what I went through with my experience, for people to relate to or to understand me. Because my healing abilities is not just like spiritual, but it is over spiritual afflictions. So this is also mental, emotional health issues. So this equates to also abuse, right? Trauma, toxicity. So in this healing journey, when I came to South Carolina, I'm from Michigan. I'm from the city up in Michigan. And I came down to like Swampville, Boone Land. No internet service. Internet service just became available when I'm now going to be moving. I'm moving, kicked out. Which now my home has went up for auction. I've lost my home. I had squatters in it. Like I lost everything I was supposed to. I've just been hit. I was down and out after my divorce, and I just kept being hit. And the biggest thing is it was family constantly hitting me. That's why I'm in the situation that I am now, where I'm about to be out. But that's another story. Um, so there was the owls, and I knew because they would come visit me, they would come talk to me, and I just knew how they would surround me and how they would come so close to me at nighttime, and then sometimes during the day. Owls don't typically go near people like that, so I knew. And throughout this time, I could not run from my abilities, especially being an empath. I can't run from that, but I stopped, kind of working on them, and kind of hid them. They saved my life though, so many times, and I could not stop withdrawing. I'm a time walker. Like when I was a teenager, I didn't know it was called time walking. I thought it was just like a vision, a premonition, right? Um, and I was 17, and I knew my father was going to die. And my grandmother, when I reached out to her, she's told me I was fucking nuts and crazy. It wasn't that, and this and that, and whatever. Well, it was that. It was that. But that's another story. So I would have visions, and during that time frame too. I remember when I was little, I could see things, but I started like closing it out. But when I was a teenager during that time frame, I really, like, I knew I could see angels. I would see one of my guides, and I would see like different things, and I have American Indian in my bloodline, and so you know when I was about 15. Um, one of my spirit guides just kept coming to me. And he was American Indian, which I thought was very strange though, because he was actually tall. A lot of them are not tall. From my knowledge, from my experience, they're not like. I mean, he was really tall, um, and he would talk to me, and he would talk to me in that language. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Like, I didn't say it in that way when I was young. And he would change his outfit. Sometimes he'd have like the bear dressing over him, and it got to a point where he was really aggravating me because, um, this is where I knew back then that it was telepathy, what was going on with the birds, because I'd be like, I don't know what you're saying, but then inside of my ears, he would be out chanting, so this way I could hear, but like inside of my ear, it wasn't like coming from outside in the world, but it was like internal. I don't know how to explain this. How the fuck do I explain this? Oh, I could hear inside my ear. I mean, that wasn't coming outside of me, because in the outside world, like where he was, even though it's apparition, it's spirit, and I'm seeing, through the veil, he was chanting, and he was talking to me in another language. And I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. And it got to the point I got so frustrated, then I started saying in my head, I don't know what you're saying. And then I started hearing, yes, you do. Inside my head, inside my ears, like I could hear it, right? While he's chanting and talking to me outside of here. So I knew that I could see angels. I knew that I could see my guides, and I knew I could see dead people, but I had that still blocked out. Then when I was about 17, I started seeing spirits in what I call purgatory. I was raised Lutheran, so um, that's not, there's heaven and hell in there, but it's a break off of Catholic. I would have to agree from my experience that, this void area where I was in, where people were lost and not in the lights, it's like purgatory. It's like this darkness. That I started seeing things in this darkness coming to me, and then they were fooling me, and, but like trying to, like my spirit guides had to step in and protect me. And they protected me so much that then I started not seeing things, and then sometimes I would start seeing things again. I've had lots of different energetic and like clairvoyant things when it comes to mediumship. But it's been like limited because of the attacks, because of, I wasn't ready. But when we got to this journey down here, first it was the owls. And then the owl present became even stronger. And then they just kind of they just started taking off further away into the distance, and sometimes wouldn't like come chat with me. And then I didn't know what the birds was, like some of the birds around here, but mockingbirds. There was one that this fucker would not leave me alone. And so I started talking to him a lot because he would talk to me, he would follow me around. And like he had me, there was a hawk watching me. And the hawk was hanging out with all these other birds, hiding in a pecan tree, watching me. And I got home one day, and this freaking mockingbird would not leave me alone. And I knew it wanted me to follow it. And so I started following it, and I'm like, oh, fuck, you're being crazy. So then I turned around. This fucker turned around and was squawking and squawking at me until I went back at the back of the yard. And then I get back there, and I'm like, what the fuck do you want? And he's squawking and squawking, and then he turned and looked the other way. So I turned and looked. I'm like, what the fuck? And I went closer to the pecan tree. There was a hawk in there with a whole bunch of different birds. There was like blue jays and cardinals and all these other birds all around. And he was watching me. And he watched me, and then he turned around. He was like strutting his shit, doing a little dance and crazy shit. I was like, what the fuck is going on? But I knew spiritually it was something. And it was something important. I just knew with my blockages, I've closed things out. I haven't grown in my abilities. I've also denied them because I was called a witch when I was a teenager, and finally, went to someone, and said I was going to burn in hell and stuff. And I'm like, I see angels. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was upset. I was a wreck. I was crying, and I was young. So that programmed me to shut myself out even more and close myself off. So anyways, all these experiences, then we get here and all this is going on. And then, me and that mockingbird, we got even a closer relationship. He actually has come back. I don't know, like after a couple of years, he just kind of disappeared. I'm like, which one are you? I know he was around, but he just stopped like kind of talking to me. But he's come back here recently, and he has been like squawking up a storm and talking. And there's been like a lot of warnings. I don't understand it like I used to. I'm bringing this up. It's for a reason. I'm not sure why I have to talk about it, but I do. So during this time frame, my son was like, Mom, you're crazy. The birds are not talking to you. I'm like, yeah. And I was explaining to him when I was little and how I shut it out and how I could know what they were saying, even though I may not know words for it. Like it was an energy exchange, but they were talking to me. They were giving me information in regards to crows. And I knew that other birds did too, but there was a big significance to crows. And anyway, so, this mockingbird just came. Me and my son were out underneath the tree. And we were sitting there talking, and the 3 dogs were with us. And the mockingbird ended up coming, that one mockingbird. And so he kept talking to me. So here and there when my son's talking, I'd whistle to him. I'd be like, pretty boy, I love you, and just letting him know I was paying attention. And then I'm like trying to receive information while then, dealing with my son. And my son was getting upset. Like, Mom, just pay attention to me. They're not talking to you. You're fucking crazy. He's not talking to you. And I'm like, yeah. And I started explaining to him about the owls. And then when I was little, brought it up to him again. And then, like the day with the hawk. And my son was like, no. And I was like, huh? Like, remember when I all of a sudden had to let you know about my abilities? Like during the time of like my divorce, and then right after, I really let them know. I used to have spiritual conversations with them, but I never let them know about my abilities until they were teenagers. Like my son was about to be 18. He was like 17 when I first, and I'm like, I've told you some things. And like they knew at that point in time that I knew my dad was going to die. So they had a few little ideas from things that I told them. Well, I never told them about astraling, or they call it astral projection, but I call it astraling. I don't care what they call it. And so for some reason, I was like, okay, I needed to talk to him about this. And it was really, really fucking important. And so we had this one day, like this whole big ass conversation about my abilities, my gifts, but we were really going into astrology. And I was telling him all these things. in regards to Australian and talking to him about it. I said, you remember that day? I said, I knew. I don't know why, but I knew I needed to talk to you. I needed to reveal my abilities more to you. I'd already slowly been working on it, but I knew. And I knew for some reason I needed to talk to you about astrology. He was like, yeah. I said, well, what happened? Later that day or the next day, in physical time, in this world, in this reality, something happened where he got illegally detained. Okay. And my son has autism and stuff. And like he swore at a police officer or something, and they were pissed off at him, so they arrested him. They detained him and arrested him illegally. Just for technically, you're not allowed to swear in the state of Michigan. But I don't know, like swearing. I didn't hear the swearing, but he was like sounding like an angry ass, you know. And the police officer did not like it. That was like after and during the time of my divorce, I was dealing with a lot of things. You know, so I was constantly having to call the police because I was dealing with drive-bys and people busting out my fucking windows and trying to take out my cameras and off my security doors. And so there was a lot of shit going on. I had to keep calling the police, and my son was really upset one day. And anyways, he got illegally detained, arrested, right? And they held him there for the whole fucking weekend, and I had to keep calling. Finally, I'm like, motherfuckers, I need to know when his court date is because a lawyer needs to show up. Then they released him. Anyways, that night when it first happened, it really messed with my son. My children have post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as both of my kids lie on the autism spectrum. And they both have abilities from me. When my son was a baby, he would talk to dead people. And he would always say, Grandpa, Grandpa. And I was like, oh, fuck. Gampa, Gampa is what he'd say. So I knew, which at that time when I was closed off myself, and I was like, oh, fuck, my kids have my abilities. But for that, I was like, oh, shit, right? Because I'm like, what Gampa is he saying? You know, I was like worried it was my father. Like, oh, I don't want him talking to him. The fuck? That's why I close stuff out. So my kids have my abilities. And so anyway, so he was really distraught that night. They had to take him and put him in a different cell. They were afraid that he was going to harm himself, and they called in a psychiatrist. And if he watches this, he'll probably be pissed off at me because he doesn't like me talking about things. You know, he gets very ashamed about who he is or his experiences. It offends him. But it's important, you know, or even if it's not, it's still important. One, because of how society treats people and not understanding, and you can look at someone and they can be high functioning and not see that something is fucking wrong, and they don't care. And then if they do know, they'll be like, well, I don't give a fuck. That's just an excuse. Because this is the type of attitude that I have dealt with society, whether it comes from teachers or whatever. You know, this is the way the world is. Like my family today still likes to say that my kids are not autistic. The fuck, yes, they are. Like, yes, they are. Like, they were diagnosed, and it took years and years to get them diagnosed. My son was about 9, 10. And my daughter was 8, 9. You know, they're 2 years apart. And, you know, that was something that I kept working on since my son was like 3, 4 years old, trying to get a diagnosis because a preschool teacher, I paid for him to go to preschool. And I could not leave him. I had to stay. Or he would flip out. And normally he was good, but there was these episodes that he would have, like socks, shoes, he'd freak out. Like there was these weird little things. And he also kind of had his own little language. Both of my kids did. And she knew he had autism, this preschool teacher. And so she sent me somewhere, and they're like, oh, we can't figure that out. He's too young. The fuck? What are you talking about? My child is very smart. So at that time, he could read books. So everyone's like, no, nothing's wrong. There's just something else. It's this, it's that. We don't know what's wrong. It's behavioral. He has defiant disorder. You can't label my son with autism, but you can say at this age that he's defiant. What kind of fucking sense does that make? Anyway, so he was very upset. You know, my kids suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety attacks, disassociation from all of the trauma that we have been through. And So it was probably about that first night. It was probably about 3 o'clock in the morning. Me and my daughter were really stressed out. We finally tried to go to bed. We were scared. We were worried for him. And so, she came and she climbed in bed with mom, and we were laying there and we were trying to sleep. We were exhausted, stressed out. And I heard a noise. I didn't know at the time she heard it also, but I just laid there. And I was, praying to God, and I was trying to stay calm and trying to stay in bed. Because what I felt, what I knew, I was freaked out. And I was like, it's not that. It's not that. He's okay. And my daughter's like, Mom, Mom, do you hear that? I was like, yeah, baby. He's here. Is he okay? He's here with us. I know he's here. I was like, I know it's him. And so she was worried. Something's wrong with him, Mom. My daughter knew. Also, this is her first experience of being able to read and feel someone's energy, and him astralling. She thought he was not alive. She thought he was coming to visit us. The same thing. I was scared. And I was like, it's not that. It's not that. I know it's not that. It can't be that. It can't be that, And like, I just talked to him about astralling. It's got to be that. I'm trying to stay calm. I'm like, it's okay, baby. He's okay. Finally, when he gets released, he's like, oh my God, Mom, I was in the house. I came home. I was so stressed out and I wanted to die. And he was like, I was on the floor, and he was like, and I kept kind of like zoning out and really not feeling good. And he was so scared, and like there was something going on, and all the stress. And he was like, all of a sudden, he was there in the house, and he said he went and picked up his computer, and he was making beats, and he was on the couch. I was like, I know, buddy. We know. Me and your sister both know. So I'm bringing this up to him. I'm like, yes, they are. How did I know to talk to you about astrology? How did I know it was so important? How did I know all these things to prepare you, right? He's like, Mom, you're fucking crazy. No, it's not. No, it's not. That mockingbird starts screeching and screaming and took off. I'm like, oh, fuck. That's not good. That's not good at all, but I don't know what the fuck it is. See, why did I block out my abilities? Because I would know if I didn't block them out. I used to know. I'm like, all I know now is, something's good or something's bad by the communication, right? But I'm not open to receiving, and I've got the blockages. I'm like, oh, fuck. My son's like, no, Mom, you're crazy. I'm like, yeah. All of a sudden, a rattlesnake comes flying out the fucking tree. And between me, my son, and the fucking dogs, we jumped. My son was like, oh, fuck, Mom, you're not crazy. The mockingbird was talking to you. Well, he said bird. We didn't know at the time it was still a mockingbird. We just, we didn't really care. We didn't really, I didn't really give a shit. What it was a bird. I had an idea it was a mockingbird. And I kept telling him, I think it's a mockingbird, but I'm not sure. One day I ended up looking it up. It was a mockingbird. So there's a reason for this, that I'm talking about this. So during this journey, all these things are happening, and it gets to a point where, stuff is going on. I keep dealing with all of this crap. My kids keep dealing with all this crap. And, my guides and stuff are, telling me, they tell me all the time I'm a Hayoka and that I am a shaman. Like spiritually, so right, and they've told me I need to go like get these certifications. Plus, I'm a healer. So like my dog got stung. I thought it was bit at the time because I didn't know what it was, but stung by a red velvet ant, which they kill cows. They're cow killers. Let me tell you, I was a witch that day. Because I called on every fucking thing, and it just was instinctual. I had to keeping myself from thinking, or else I'd pull myself out of it. Because they kept telling me before I was a healer, I'm allergic to bees, but bees and wasps, like if they were injured, they'd climb on me, they'd stalk my ass, and I'd be like, I can't fucking help you. There was butterflies that I've picked up before, and I'm like, oh my God, your wing's broken. What's wrong with you? I'm a Gemini, so I get dumb. And I think, oh my God, I gave it love, and I did. But in the smart ass, like naive way, I'll be like, I just gave it a place to heal, to recuperate, to rest, right? And then it just, whatever, and spirit kept telling me, you're a healer. Nah, the fuck, what are you talking about? Yeah, I gave it love, and they kept trying to get me to go and like do all these things and to admit in who I am. They'd already had me like working on trying to make like tinctures and like being open to this, and doing some crazy shit. I was going through a lot of spiritual attacks. So then making things and like putting shit on my body. Like I woke up before with tons of scratches all over me. Like I woke up panicked because I knew something was I knew I was being attacked, right? And I could remember little bits and pieces. And then I had scratches all over me and like shit going on. And I just they had me just make up some stuff. And then I was like, oh my God, putting it all over me. And then they had me put black salt on me. And I'm like, what the fuck, on that like oil shit that I made. Like they were trying to, get me to play around with protecting myself and opened up to who I am. So anyways, we go through this journey and we get to this point where you're a shaman. They wanted me to deal with something and I didn't understand. Like, I don't understand. And they're like, yeah, this is what you said you'd do. I'm like, what the fuck was I smoking up in heaven? To agree to this. Because it had to do with like removal of entities or demons in this physical world, as well as helping them if they come to me and like attack me, or like casting them out, sending them or taking them back to heaven, or casting them to hell. I'm like, y'all motherfucker, what the fuck, y'all are crazy, right? I said, what the fuck was I smoking? What drugs was I on up in heaven to agree to this shit? Now I've been going through all this shit, and they kept bringing up Ra, and I didn't understand. Then about 2 years ago, the attacks, especially because of people's mental health issues, became so much more extreme. Their spiritual attacks also, their siphoning of energy from me. Then spirit wanted me to start researching stuff and was bringing up stuff. And they've been hounding me forever to be able to say prayers to cast out demons and devils. I'm like, no, the fuck, I'm not, I can't do that shit. What are you talking about? They're like, yes, you can. You need to do this. And then, they're wanting me to research about spirits, demonic, evil spirits. Yeah. Every time they kind of hound me for a really long time, I'll kind of look into something and then just let it go. Nah, I don't know. And then I got to the point where then they were showing me things about archetypes. So there's like archetype for victimization, like a victim mentality of like archetype, prostitute. There's all these different ones that they were bringing up to me, wanting me to research them. They're like, I need to research this. I need to research that. This is just in regards to this. I get lots of other shit that I don't really understand. That doesn't make sense to me, right? Like when I get things about constellations or stars, or I like just here recently I got about an asteroid Iris and like the fuck. I've been dealing with rainbow in regards to healing for a while. And it comes in and out of my life. It's like an energy. Like I've told people before, energies, because I say them a lot of times, but them as in what all that is around me, because it's not like just angels and guides or ancestors. It is also animals, whether they were mine or not, because they're like spirit animals, but it's also things of other things, planets and stuff like that, right? And people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, that's just what it is. So, it comes in and out of dealing with this energy, and like rainbow healing, rainbow bridge, and all these different things, but there was something deeper with it. And I'm the layer of the onion where they start off on the surface and it's one thing and then it morphs into something else. And then at the big picture, it's no, this is really what it was. It's all of those things, but it's also this. So then all of a sudden, Iris, the fuck. So I've been in a panic trying to figure out where Iris is in my chart, and I can't figure it out. I haven't been able to figure it out yet. So, anyways, back to that shamanic or that raw energy. Spirits like you have not been. You're supposed to be studying. Studying what? I go look up something and I still don't fucking understand. You know what? I only know so much. I have it. They're like, you're supposed to be studying. Anyways, something happened where I got pulled to listen to a reader, and it's someone that I listened to, but I haven't listened to in a while. I go off and on. And I got my confirmation. I know that, in regards to like those fighting those demons, that shamanic thing, like I know I'm a warrior for God. It's not about religion. It is God source energy. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Not in that way, but the warrior of God. I don't I fight battles for him. Like I'm one of his warriors, I guess is how the best I can explain it. I don't really know exactly how to explain who the fuck I am there or here. I just know from being in heaven and astrology and conversations that I've had with, I've had conversations with Jesus and I've had conversations with God and, whatever. People think God source energy is something that it's not, especially in that religious spectrum. But I fought a lot of battles for him, meaning so I choose love, right? And I keep choosing him and God source energy, regardless of religion, what you want to believe and perceive through your mind's eye and culture, environment, religion. We all pray to the same God. It's just different due to our programming, our environment, our culture, our our perception, as in also wounds, right? So back to this Ra. I don't understand still all of what this means, because there's more here that is missing. But I deal with people, and everything's connected. It's finding the similarities of different beliefs, right? So the energy of Ra, or the Pantheon of Ra, it is where you have the spirit of vengeance. And so he would have to deal with the spirit of vengeance. So he would fight the darkness. He wasn't just like the sun god. He would have to fight the darkness and go to hell, the depths of the water, and deal with demons, right? And then conquer them every day and come back up to the light. That is in some way relevant to my journey and who I am in regards to being a shaman, as well as all the attacks that I deal with, in regards to vengeance and people wanting to take their vengeance out on me. That's why there is this needing to have to be able to do the prayers and speak the intentions to protect myself, as well as to cast out demons, entities, devils. It's the same. It's one and the same. The spiritual thing is the same. The energy is the same. There's more how do I explain this? I'm not good with elaborating or speaking about the things that I know, because I hit everything. And I had no one to ever talk to neither, so everything was just hidden. So I struggle with speaking. So in regards to religion and that spirituality and how religion has different scenes, where religious, you speak a prayer to remove demons. There's like Jezebel spirit and this and that. It's the same thing. It's just a different pantheon or a different way to look at it. A different sector or faction of it. The best word, I don't really know. But it's one and the same, right? In regards to Ra and that spirit or energy or demon or devil of vengeance, right? This has been my pathway and my journey, and it has to do with me being, in the spiritual sense, a shaman. I say spiritual sense because I don't have the credentials here, and I don't, I don't know. I do grid work. I didn't even know. It took me a long time for me to realize, and then I thought it was really weird because I don't intentionally do it. There was a thing years ago, and it's really funny because this person that I watched yesterday or the day before, which brought I was like, oh my fucking God, this is, and she was able to bring me clarity of how I couldn't piece it together of why Ra was there in regards to my life. I said, oh fucking God, thank God, because everything happens in the right timing. Here I was, even though I wasn't doing the research, they know. They already know. They already know what the fuck is going on. They just, they want you to know it's so relevant. They want you to know also to keep being mindful. There's still things you need to learn on in regards to this. Spirit knows everything. You know what? I have to run to the freaking bathroom. Probably shouldn't be drinking this either, but I'm either hot or I'm cold. Don't mind me. And so, and then I had some coffee earlier, and then I had a little bit of freaking some lavender tea, and now I have some coffee, tea, hot chocolate, and I'm trying to think. I had the perfect flavor, but there wasn't enough in here, and then I kind of mixed it, and I'm like, how's the flavor now? So it is peppermint tea with coffee with hot chocolate to make like a peppermint, chocolate coffee. The mixing of things, the kitchen witch thing of making up my own little thing here. I will be right back. I have to run to the restroom. Okay, I'm back. My hands are a little bit wet, so they didn't get dried off good enough. But okay, so the reason I'm speaking about this is because in this calling, I was called to start speaking about things. And I was only doing it on my Facebook platform because the internet was not available in this area. It just became available right before I'm about to leave. And I was like debating, do I get it or not? And I was like, I need to get this, regardless if I know where I'm going or even if I'm going to end up being homeless, because that's the way it's looking. Because my income just doesn't afford for me to be able to afford what's out here at this time. Which is stressful because I had my own home. and just the whole dynamics. But so I was called to start talking. I was called to start doing, my readings. I wasn't like really listening. Back in 2013 ish, somewhere on Facebook, then I found like a site, and then I started giving a whole bunch of free readings. And that was the time when I was called to buy some tarot cards, and I bought one deck and one oracle deck. I really didn't learn them. I tried a couple times giving readings to people. They wanted me to learn them. I just started giving lots of free readings, energy readings, psychic readings, some mediumship readings, um, and then it just kept going from there, where I would go and do this off and on, and I would delve into it. I wasn't really listening. I didn't know what it was all about, that I was supposed to be on here on this platform as a business. I learned this sometime right after my divorce in 2016. There was a lot of stuff going on, so then I could not do it. And then finally, when I got to this area, there was no internet, and then there was still so much going on, where then it was to maintain myself, and keep going for my business the best I could do, but not to overextend myself. Because if I wanted to keep going for my business, then I would have to travel to try to go somewhere and upload things, which there's some uploads on here from previous 1 or 2 or something, or I've tried, and like I can sit somewhere for hours trying to upload something and it won't upload because I've tried. So I had to kind of put that on hold. And then a couple of years ago, they're like hounding me about my business. So I started it on Facebook, and then I had to pull back because I ended up getting hit with a lot of mediumship readings that I gave out for free on there. And it was just draining me. And I seem to pull the darker side of things. You know what I'm saying? Like the connections that come through are a lot of times people who had really hard lives, maybe into like ODing, because, or dying because of some reckless thing, because of drugs or the situations that they were in. A lot of times that stuff can come through. I seem to pick up on a lot of that darker stuff. I was really being hit. And I was like, no, because even though I'm supposed to be growing within that, this is the arena that I'm supposed to be in, because it's about spiritual healing, leading people. So then I would do some of my readings there, some like card readings I would upload. Still, then I was giving out tons of free readings, and then I had to start pulling back. Spirit's like, you gotta stop giving free readings. You need to be getting paid. This is your fucking job. And Spirit wouldn't be so rough with me, but then they would start getting rough because I'm a giver. And so then, it came to the point where, I was having difficulties. They wouldn't let me do lives anymore on my effing, my Facebook business page. I had to go to my Facebook, and I thought it was just better there anyways, because people were trying to come just to get free readings. So then I would do, my readings, and then I would come on there and talk, and they had me talk more and more about what I was going through, in regards to the narcissistic abuse, the lies, the manipulation that I was going through in regards to, here and there, my past, but in regards to my family at this present time and my struggle. I do suffer from depression as well as post-traumatic stress disorder. And like last year, the abuse with my mom became so bad I disassociated again, and I haven't disassociated in a long time. And it's funny because years ago, someone was asking about astrology, and I said, well, or disassociation. They were asking about one or the other, and I was like, you know what? They're kind of similar actually, because your soul, your energy is leaving the body. They're one and the same pretty much. It's that polarity of the same energy. The disassociation is because of trauma. The astrology is not because of trauma, but you're still going to ether. And I was like, what the fuck? How do I know that? That was the realization years ago. Oh my God, I disassociate. And it took me a while to admit that. For me to admit, oh my God, I suffer with disassociation. That's how I know. And then, I have a straw land, I'm very great at Australian. I like to live there. If I could just kind of be checked out, and be in my little bubble, which my guides, when I was younger, my guides would get very mad at me because I would be in a bubble just floating out in the universe. Leave me the fuck alone. Let me zen. La, la, la. That's who I am. And, they were showing me, some of it was I just felt comfortable. That's where I wanted to be. I just wanted to be out here and look at the whole fucking world and look at the universe and look at the planets and just tap in and be with the flow of things in my own little world and protect. I wouldn't even let my guides in. I was the fuck, you're not allowed in. I'm not even kidding you. They would get me, we would have arguments. No, you're not allowed in here. You're not allowed in my bubble. You're not allowed in my space. They would be really ticked off with me. Like highly ticked off. I still don't understand that, but I can look back and understand now in regards to my journey. It's that needing to be alone to protect myself. I felt safe. I didn't want to deal with anyone else. Even though they're my guides, I wanted to feel independent. I wanted to feel, there's something there with that. I'm highly independent. I don't know why I have to talk all about this, but I know because I wasn't planning on talking all about that at all. What I was planning on talking about, because they brought to my attention, hey, you need to go on here and talk about Ra and the correlation, the similarities, how it's one and the same. Ra and that energy in regards to the spirit of vengeance, and how it is one and the same with religious beliefs of like demonic energies, demonic spirits, like Jezebel spirit. How that is one and the same. As well as then the correlation, if you do lots of research, that devil energy, demonic spirits has to do with mental health issues. It's all one and the same. Because of our shadow, because of fear, because it's all devil energy, right? Because we're not dealing with our wounds. And so then the spiritual infliction of those wounds, how it overtakes you, and then you are suffering with mental, emotional health issues, right? And because of that feeding of the vengeance, of the spirit of vengeance, or whatever spirit you want to call it, however you believe, but they're just factions of each other. It's one and the same energy, right? Now from there, I'm not sure where I'm going with that, but since I'm in a very dark energy, it's very scorpionic energy, with that shamanic side of dealing with spirit and demonic spirits, the balancing and coming back to light and being that I be attacked. I don't deal with it as in giving it out. I learned in this journey, I always tried to give the light. I was the, yes, the people pleaser, but I was out of balance in my light, right? It was so shadowy, because for their darkness, I had to make up for it. So I think in regards for myself with the spirit of vengeance is being able to start tapping into some of that energy, but not be possessed by it, right? So tapping into my own anger, tapping into my own shadow, tapping into my darkness and harnessing it. And that's what I've been doing for it to empower me, because you can't all be love, right? So this was something that I realized was also a part of my journey, because I was like, oh my God, in this healing, I'm not becoming who I thought I was going to be. I thought I was just going to be so amazing in my power and so gentle and sweet, but yet full of knowledge and wisdom and just, empowered. Fuck that shit. I became a bitch. Rough around the edges. And yes, some of it is because I'm still processing and I'm still growing. And so, when you go into that darkness, you have to learn how to incorporate it, right? And then you have to learn how to grow within it. So some of it is that. Still needing to know how to grow in that because that's part of my personality that like, was shut off, meaning anger. I wasn't allowed to feel anger even because everybody else felt it. And so I was programmed I wasn't allowed to feel, but then internally, like I didn't want to be angry. I wanted to give love, right? Because I didn't want to be like those motherfuckers. So in regards to like the spirit of vengeance, it's learning how to like, have that unity within myself against the attack, against my own darkness, right? But it's not the spirit of vengeance. My struggle with this in the raw sense is the attacks, and that's where like they're showing me, oh yeah, you are a shaman. Oh yeah, this is why you're supposed to do this. So the past, oh my God, how many, 5 years now? 6 years. The past 5, 6 years, I have been being dragged because, see, what happened is I was out in the world somewhere in regards to fighting like the demonic, to fighting also mental health issues, to casting out demons, devils, the spirit of vengeance, however you want to see it for yourself. It's all one and the same. I ran into someone and she was talking, and I didn't know her from Adam, Eve, no one. I don't know her from a hole in the ground. And she was talking about something, and I was like, oh fuck, and I was like, oh my God, I gotta help. It's not about be the captain save a hoe, because that's who I used to be too, try to save everyone. There was something here with me about opening up to who I am and my abilities, as well as learning and growing in what I'm supposed to be fucking doing. And then going back to showing me why, like, when I really started opening and expanding up more, why things from what I call, like the void, I'll call it like the void, but it's like purgatory of how the Catholics see it, with those spirits stuck there, why I started seeing them. Because I'm supposed to help them to the light. I'm supposed to like help cast out their demons or shadows and help them to the light. That's my calling. And it's not just in the spiritual, as in through the veil. And it's not just energetically in the spiritual, like in this physical of teaching someone or letting them be aware, but it's in this physical of like casting them the fuck out. Like it's all three. And people would be like, how is that all three? Isn't that just two different things? No. Because in the spiritual, meaning the spiritual realm, through the veil, being able to do that, let alone being able to see that here in this physical form take shape and cast it the fuck out and protect myself against it. There kind of is a thing where they become the same, but it's not, because they're kind of different worlds. Like this world is not that world. But then it's spiritual realm in a way, it's energetic. So, and it's a spiritual thing and an energetic thing. So then it kind of becomes one and the same. I don't know how to, that's the best way I can explain. I'm not good with explaining my abilities and who I am and how I see things. Anyways, this is all correlated to mental health issues, and fighting anything when it comes to emotional and mental inflictions, because sadness, that spectrum of sadness can become anger, which becomes vengeance, right? Because you're not dealing with it, because then all of a sudden those archetypes of I'm a victim, and people holding on to that, not dealing with it healthily. Anyway, so I had to share that. Not too sure why, but I had to share it, so I'm sharing. And then all the other kind of weird crap kind of got in there. Not too sure why or how either, but it just kind of happened because in the flow of things, it kind of went there. And so that's what this collective reading, I guess, is going to be about today in regards to that. That spiritual, energetic struggle or fight that people are having. I would have to say, I don't know, something very weird here going on. I would have to say this is going to be a darker reading. Shadowy. It's I don't know, because of what I was called to come on here and speak about. It's very shadowy. So this could be mental, emotional health issues. It could have to be dealing with, I mean, we have smaller severity of things, the lower spectrum, the lower faction of things where you're just dealing with loss, grief, sadness. Or then it's where it's more severe, where then it can be depression, or it can become even more severe where there's more mental health issues, where you are struggling with narcissism, being a sociopath, a psychopath, in regards to mental health. But then there's also then the other spectrum of the spiritual, energetic side of dealing with the spirit of vengeance, or, having Jezebel spirit, having these spirit attachments because of functioning out of these wounds. So I'm not sure where this reading is going to go. I wasn't planning for all of this. I was kind of, when they let me know I need to do something, sometimes I don't think, if I think about something, I'm not going to do it. I'm a fighter. I'd be fighting back. So when they let me know, I was just like, oh, really? And then I was kind of trying to make peace with it. And at first I was like, oh, okay, I'll go on here and talk about this, not knowing what I'm going to talk about. I mean, I know, but I don't know, right? So then I'm trying not to psych myself out and really think about it until I get on here. And then I start getting out, and then I open a can of worms. This happens to me every time. Then I go, oh, wait, this is not what I wanted to do. This is not what I wanted to talk about. And I didn't realize how dark this was going to get. How shadowy, how, some people would be like low vibrational or toxic. I'm speaking about all of this, and it's not because it's low vibrational or toxic. Low vibrational or toxic is going to be where people promote this type of energy, or they are feeding off of this themselves, and they're very negative and just dark in some twisted way. This is to help bring unity consciousness and bring people back to the light. That polarity, you can't have one without the other. And if we're talking about Ra, we're talking about how he comes from the shadow back to the light. He conquers, he overcomes. And on a daily basis, he has to do this, or a nightly basis, he has to do this. We're all struggling out here. That's why we're all supposed to, as readers, we are supposed to also be healers, as spiritual leaders, spiritual teachers, not just feeding one or the other on the spectrum. We're supposed to be open to help heal all. When you deal with someone who just wants to be in fantasy, you are feeding these people who are suffering from mental and emotional health issues 9 times out of 10. Because they are dealing with magical thinking from abuse. They are dealing with limerence and other things like that. You have to go through a lot of work, a whole lot of work, to be able to hold onto your love, your light, your power, and your fucking magic, to have balance and be grounded and have unity, to understand that you can make your fucking dreams come true, that magic is available because it's right here. Everything is fucking magic. But if all we're doing is talking about one or the other, how's someone going to get there? Because then you're feeding off of people because they don't know. We're not just sitting here and then we just know, oh, who's being called into us? No. People are being drawn to us, but that doesn't mean that they don't need the help. They're being drawn to you because everybody needs help. We're here to help. If someone didn't need help, they wouldn't be drawn to you because they know their fucking magic and they don't need to hear no reader. They can go do their own shit, make their own fucking magic. They can read for themselves and tap into the fucking magic and know and have their own confidence. Us as readers, we are supposed to be coming from integrity because we are healers and spiritual fucking leaders and teachers. And I'm not trying to say this to be mean or knock anyone. It's just the crap that I see out here. And then there's some really toxic crap that I see out here where people talking about, oh, this person's trying to murder somebody, or really nasty crap. Yeah, some things can seem toxic, or someone can take something wrong. and just see something as toxicity. That was one thing I was being attacked about coming on and speaking. My family wanted to see it as low vibrational and, oh my God, you're a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit because why? Because I'm speaking about my darkness. I'm speaking about you're attacking me. No. We should not be promoting unhealthy things. Sometimes our thing's going to look a certain way to somebody. Yes. Yes, it is. And our intention's not there. But as we grow, we're supposed to be mindful, knowing. So that means if we are just trying to be a reader that gives people hope, we have to learn how to integrate that darkness that we pick up on, so everything is just not magical. And if we are someone who's supposed to be helping someone through fucking darkness and through these really horrible traumatic situations, there's a way to go about that to incorporate it more into light instead of just sounding toxic, like, oh my God, this motherfucker, they got hits out on your motherfucking ass and they stealing from you and this and that. And doing voodoo and hoodoo and I don't know what it's called. And they might got some what is it, voodoo dolls. I mean, come on, people. We need to pull it together as a group, as we are all together, whether we want to be or not. We are all either called here or we are all making a choice. Not all of us are called, but some people are making a choice to be here, to either delve into it or because they're trying to, hustle and make a way to fucking make money. And that's the truth. But we need to be more mindful. As a healer, we know we need to be more mindful of what we're feeding people. Unfortunately, There was somewhere else I was supposed to go, but I done lost it. In regards to black magic, into witchcraft, I don't know what I am. You call me a witch, though, you might get cussed the fuck out. I have been very stand my ground and very Queen of Swords when it comes to that, because no one is going to abuse me ever again. No one is going to attack me, and I don't have to go there. I know this. But depending on what's going on with me that day, you just might get chopped the fuck off. And I've made peace with that because, see, I used to be the person who would shut the fuck up and people please. I used to be the people pleaser and the just try to, let's get everybody to get the fuck along. Peace, harmony. And it was at my expense. I won't do that ever again. And I'm bringing this up because people have a misconception of witchcraft, especially the Christian community. That's why I don't know what to call myself, because some people will call me a witch. By other witches, and they're, they don't mind being called witches. They told me they're pagans, and they call themselves witches. They're like, you're a Christian witch. They're like, we've never met a Christian witch. I took offense. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I'm not a witch. And then, but they felt that it was offensive, like, to them, because they're like, ew, you're Christian, but you're a witch. Like, there was, there was that duality there of, I took offense by being called a witch. They took offense because I'm a witch, but yet I'm Christian. And so that helped me open up my eyes. I did, because of how I was programmed and what I see, how the world is programmed in regards to witchcraft. Okay, so I go to church sometimes, and the pastor will hit on me like a motherfucker, but then want to condemn me because of who I am. The fuck? You're hitting on me. Always want to think you're someone by always constantly telling me how fucking beautiful I am. Okay, and we're all beautiful in our own fucking way. One time, like, I'm not even kidding you, he would said something to me, and like I was like this on my belly rolls, right? The fuck, I'm chunky. I'm like, Yeah, I know. Even with all of this, like being a smart ass, because he like tries to play something. See, I see people's fucking bullshit, right? And so sometimes I go to church and I get inspired to talk shit about Christians. And even though I'm Christian, because it's the programming that is fucked up. They will sit here and tell me that I'm a witch and this is not of God and God does not love me because of who I am, because of my relationship with God, because they don't understand it. But yet, for this pastor, you go to his church and he'll say, well, if your husband cheats on you, you're supposed to forgive him because this is the godly thing to do. Oh, so I'm supposed to be in that programming. I'm supposed to be a fucking martyr at my expense. I'm supposed to tolerate less than because you say so. Excuse me? And this is the bullshit programming of what I'm talking about in regards to, it doesn't matter if you're Christian, you can still be a witch. And why I bring up about him speaking all the time, oh my God, you're so beautiful. One is because we exchanged phone numbers because supposedly he owns a farm. Come to find out, there's lots of little lies go on, right? It's, I guess, his brother who owns the fucking farm. Needless to say, the reason I first attended church there was because I'm not afraid to attend churches. People don't like me, and they'll call me a witch, and I'm not gonna play for it because I can sit there and I can peg all your motherfucking demons, as well as like you're using the Bible to make yourself entitled or say that you are better than somebody else. So this is where that programming of righteousness and superiority. So this is where narcissism is in the whole dynamics of institution, because it's about power and control. And it's not just the color of your skin, the status, your job, where you come from. It's implemented in every fraction of this structure of each government. And other governments, they're entangled with each other. And Christianity is founded off of the Roman Catholic Church, off of the Romans who made Jesus a martyr. Not to say that I don't believe in Jesus Christ. I do. I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you speak to Jewish people, they don't believe in him how Christians do. He is no different and no better than Moses or David or anyone else in the Bible. He's a healer, he's a prophet, he's a seer, however they see him in regards to the abilities, to the God-given gifts. We have this programming. See, he was the martyr. And then so you go to church and then they tell you you're supposed to martyr yourself, but who is mainly supposed to martyr themselves? The women and the children. The program, the control, the narcissism. Men are better. You can't speak out against a man. A man can make a mistake. A man can have the control. You also have where you're not allowed to talk about abuse. I mean, I can open up the Bible and it will have this distortion here. What sickness was this person who wrote this in this Bible? What mental health issue were they suffering with? Let alone the demons and spirits. Because when it talks about beating, fucking evilness out of people, and that's okay. No, that's not okay. That's not of God. So I can understand that Christian witch now. It's not Christian witch. It's I am of God. Whoever the fuck I am, I am. And it's to help bring unity, and it's to help expose the darkness that's within, and also share the similarities so that we can come into unity consciousness. This world is too divided, right? For programming, for control, for power, for entrapment, for enslavery. Anyways, I don't really know, but I kind of went off on a tangent. I'm a Gemini. I can do that. I'm not sure where this is going to go in regards to this reading and these energies today. Um, no one's going to tell me. And this is what it is in regards to the programming is society is so wanting to dictate how somebody is seen and how they see themselves and who the fuck they are. No one's going to tell me who I am. No one's going to say because I'm outside of the box that I am not of God or that I am not a healer, that I am not prophetic or a seer. See, because you have one spectrum where some people will see me, oh, you're a witch, but oh, wait, you're Christian, so you're a Christian witch. I believe that God has all these tools here available for us. And this is also in the form of books and doctrines that help lead the way, that are also examples of, especially when we start comparing them. And the comparison is not to who's right or who's wrong. It is to see the similarities and the differences with our spiritual discernment so we know what is not of fucking God. And also to help bring us back together as a society, to see how similar we are, that it's all coming from the same, and then to dismiss what is not supposed to be there, what is not of God. What is not serving of us. I channeled something and I was doing some cards and I got some weird channelings on my Facebook here about a month ago. And it was about the melting pot and like the Rainbow Bridge. And I don't really remember what I read, but they're bringing it and I can't remember anymore. They're like trying to help me. And bringing it, I was channeling something weird in regards to different diversities, whether that be skin color, culture, ethnicity, whatever the fuck. There's all these different forms of diversity, religions, practices. That's kind of like what I was talking about. I didn't really speak in that way, but I was talking about something, but they were different, right? And then like coming together or something. I'm not sure what it was about. And then they were channeling to me things, and I was getting some weird stuff about melting pot, Rainbow Bridge, and then something about in Scotland. What is it? Druids. Thank you, Spirit. Druids, and how Druids actually, like if you research into it, what it would be considered Druids are certain people in Scotland that are actually very diverse and they come from different. I had to go look this shit up afterwards. I was like, what the fuck? How they came together. And like some of them came from Middle East area. And then they went to like, I guess Ireland first, and then they picked up some women, and then they went over to Scotland and they settled there. And then they also intermingled with the Scottish people. And it was like the southeast side or something. I think, or something like that, right? I'm not sure. Well, it can't really be southeast, but southeast part of Scotland, because that's connected to, I think it was southeast, or maybe it was northeast. I don't really know. I can't remember it all. But they made their own society. They came together and with these different things and pulled them together in like that rainbow bridge of unity and diversity there, but what was best. And they were also very spiritual and very good medicine healers, and they were also like a secret society, right? And what I was getting with this was, I don't know if I said it on there, if I got it afterwards, and this is what the fuck we're supposed to be doing here on Earth, especially as healers, helping lead the way so that we can have this melting pot. And then they also channeled to me something about galactic wars, and that Earth is that melting pot, like, and they were using that as a smaller example in scale, like a faction of what the fuck we're supposed to be doing here, and how the Druids came together, these people came together, and the society that they created. and like that beauty and that unity of bringing this together in that rainbow bridge unison and unity and higher evolution in a way of spirituality, and that melting pot for success. But this is what the world is, especially in regards to the galactic wars, and finding a place here where we all can grow and expand. Because what we heal here, there's two different ways as us, all of us, but especially healers, light workers who are called to be healing, or as the Bible says, the chosen ones, or whatever. Some people here in this journey call it just the twin flames. I think there's lots of different levels and varying degrees, that we are all doing the same thing, right? Depending on your calling and how deep you have been through in the spiral. So the deeper you are in the spiral, you've had more experiences. So you're on this higher level scale. You want to call it that way, of like you're a light worker, right? And someone who's just a normal person is on the outer edge, just beginning this spiritual healing journey, right? But we're all in the same spiral in our own cycle where we're all supposed to be healing, because we're all supposed to be learning how to come together and heal Mother Earth, grow within it to make it better, and to bring all the melting pots of these other societies, galactic societies, here on Earth in this physical form of coming together and building a world for us all to live in harmony, in unison. That's why we're here. And to overcome that devil. Anyways, that has something to do with everything else. I'm not sure how. Okay. Not exactly sure how. I don't know. But if you think about the realms, demonic things would be in that spiritual realm also, and also in that etheric or universal realm, where it's another world, I guess. Anyways, I need to go ahead and do this fucking reading because I feel like a crazy idiot right now. As well as I have a lot of other things to do, and oh my god, don't. This shirt is really big most places except for we do some splitting apart here. That's why I'll bust my buttons. That's why they're not opened or they're not closed anymore. Why I had a tank top on previous. Do not mind me. Especially when I start moving. Anyways. Went off on a really crazy tangent. Oh God, let me see. What are we going to be doing? The healing that I was talking about, how we're all chosen, is because there are varying levels of degrees, like I was talking about, where we have to heal ourselves to heal DNA, bloodlines, because this bloodline is from this physical world, a bloodline, but it's more than that. It is also your bloodline of where you come throughout the galaxy. And then all of the like galactic wars and all the things that have went on, as each one of us that are a star seed heal and transcend, it helps heal that too. This is something that I got a while back, and I'm still trying to understand it all and make sense of it, which I don't really, and how it relates to Ra. Because even there, you think about the distortion. Each planet is going to have their own. Think about here in our own societies. It's like all of that coming here into this one melting pot. With all that diversity and all of that different programming and controls and beliefs and it's like the good and the bad, because each thing has its own goods and its own bads. And what I mean by goods and bads is like it's pros and cons. It's not just in regards to the environment, but to their DNA, to their belief system, um, and everything else. And because we can start fractioning it down into more fractions of things, but all of those fractions make a whole. So at the whole of it, everyone has their pros and cons. So this is the world where we come here to fight in that raw energy of overcoming all the darkness, to take out everything that is not serving. And it stems in where it's the small part of your DNA for your life, to the bloodline of on this earth, to and the connection to Mother Earth and healing all that is here, to then tapping into the bloodline of there. Because once you heal your body, you heal that bloodline, then you can heal bloodlines that you have been in before. We're not always in the same bloodline. Not normally. Some people can be, it can happen. But normally you jump around through different bloodlines, especially star seeds. Because we're meant to come in and leave light with them and leave healing in that line. And you also come in to heal as that healer, to heal that line and heal where it comes from. I kind of got lost in all of this. I can't keep up with the crazy shit I get. But then it helps heal there, okay? And that fight, on the bigger spectrum, the fight of the demonic, the fight of that world, of that realm of the demonic versus like God. And it has to do with the galactic wars. I don't know how. I don't know how. I'm saying that because I don't know how, but then I'm sitting here like I don't know how, huh? Oh, I gotta get off this shit. I really do. I gotta get off this shit. I don't know, but I gotta get off this shit. I'm trying to get out of it. It's got me like sucked in, and they want me to keep going. And something with the ley lines are really important. For years, I've been being called to go to the ley lines, and certain ley lines around here. And I need to go before I leave. I've actually done ley line work too from here. I'm getting sucked in. I gotta go. I'm supposed to be supposed to try to quit smoking again. Today or tomorrow. I thought I was gonna do today, but I still have some cigarettes left. And you know what? I'm getting so much information, and then they want me to tap in. I'm so burnt out. Like I have ADHD, so I get burnt out. I didn't know. I thought it was just from all the abuse, and then I'm like a workaholic. So because I avoid things, that's I've learned a lot about myself. But it's also because I have ADHD. I don't want to take nothing for it though. I've always been like an antsy person, and very like scattered and all over the place. Probably the Gemini in me. I am a Gemini, so I'm getting something with Aries, and I don't know what it is. I can't figure it out. That's the other thing that frustrates me is I be getting so much energy and like I don't know how to process it or like put things into words. I like, what is this? But I'm getting it and I can feel it, and it's like energetically like I know, but here I don't know. We need to stop in that way of downing other readers. Um, and I don't mean in the saying, hey, we shouldn't be doing this, or, this isn't so healthy. But I mean, as in, people in their ego and pride, like, oh, I'm better. Oh, they're not really a fucking reader. I see that a lot in this community. Because whether if you're a chosen one or not, and you're called to do this or you're choosing to do this, we all have free will. So at the end of the day, even the chosen ones are choosing to do it. I've fought against it forever as a chosen one, as a whatever the fuck you want to call it, but that's what it is. You are chosen. It is a part of your pathway and your destiny, or you are choosing to do it for whatever reason, good or bad. That's irrelevant at this moment. Because there's a lot of people who want to act like they are better as a reader, or this is their job and they're so fucking great at it and they're so much better. We all have our own way of tapping in, whether we're chosen or not, and we just choose to fucking do this job. The more that we can come together and help each other understand our gifts and talk about them as a community, as a safe space, the more we are going to be able to trigger and expand each other and trigger, because we got to get out of ego. We got to get out of our fucking wounding and our pride of feeling like we are better than someone and that our shit don't stink. I see that a lot in this community. I can be drawn to people for certain things. Like you can be drawn to all different types of personalities. I have lots of different shit going on inside of me, right? And there's some things I love about, certain readers, other things I don't care for, but I could still listen for certain things that it can help me with. I'm a very open-minded person, but what really starts pissing me off about it is their attacks or their ego of, oh my God, I'm the best. And I want to try to dismiss or knock somebody else. A lot of people think that like they have mastery. You have mastery. And like, I'm not trying to be mean, but there's a lot of people like if you want to do a comparison thing, if I can get information they get and it's just differently, then how are you better than me? And then how do you have yours mastered? If I can also get things that you can't get, that is like on that higher level of a scale, whether if I can understand it to explain it to somebody or not. That's where like that ego and pride thing comes in. Because if you go on here and you look, people who are more in the worldly way of reading, they're like in the beginning more of the spiral. And it's not to peg no one in their place. We all have our own journey. We've all been there. But sometimes I feel like some of those readers like to pretend that they're better than someone who's more like me. I get weird shit. I get weird galactic shit. And not to say that maybe sometimes they don't, but they don't share it first and foremost. And they don't help educate in regards to what they receive. And as a spiritual leader and healer, that is your calling. Everything you go through, everything that you learn and gain, you are supposed to start being able to be authentic and share it, to help assist, and then to also come together to collaborate, to learn and grow more, and to piece shit together. And also, if something's distorted in your view, how you received it, you can work it out. This is how we grow as a collective. Instead of like a know-it-all or a one-upping each other. But instead we need to be embracing each other. And that doesn't mean tolerate things or be like friends with someone that we wouldn't be friends with. But that doesn't mean that we don't embrace them as the community. Like, this is why we're supposed to get out of our comfort zone and have friends of different people, of different like cultures and different things that we are interested in. So it can help us open our heart space to be more of God, to be more of a goddess, to have unconditional love and acceptance for others so that we're not judgmental. So that we can help energetically and vibrationally, as well as physically, support each other in that energetic exchange where we are similar, or that faction of I mean, it'd still be energy, of whatever that similarity is. We are all a whole with all these different little puzzle pieces. And you know, I might have one puzzle that connects here and 3 that connects to this person, but you know, like, and they might only have 1. This person might have 5 that connects to me, where they feel connected to me in 5 different ways. No, I don't see it. Normally it's the same, and normally you would see it, but you know, sometimes we're not, some people are not opened up to it, right? To understand that there's more similarities there. But even with the differences, how do I explain this? You know, when you are told to heal and to get out of your comfort zone and to figure out things you like and to like be diverse, and then knowing things that you do like, to go try to have friends of those different things. This is that heart opening. This is that holding space. This is expansion of love, unity, consciousness. This is this God source energy of unconditional love, so that we can spiritually, energetically, and physically come together with others and help assist each other grow. All right, I need to go ahead and I do not know. Here they are. Not sure, but I have to do the Angels and Ancestors Oracle deck. All right, Spirit, what do you have for us today in regards to these energies? Because if you think about it, that's just a bigger spectrum of like a more in-depth, more complex. We as spiritual leaders are more complex. We're tapped into more things. If you simplify it down, if you're more in the worldly way, if you play football, you know, you're going to go and you're going to support your little football players. And even if someone's not on your team, you're going to have this supportive energy to football players. If you're out in the world, hey, I'm a football player. Oh yeah, hey, cool. I'm going to give you your props and I'm going to encourage you. We as spiritual leaders, we as intuitives and as this transmitters in this connection, we are the rainbow bridge from this world to that world, right? So we are opened up in a more complex way of being energetic support systems, and to help heal and touch and reach more things and more people and bringing them together. But it's not just in that physical way, it's the spiritual, energetic. Like our vibration, our light, our transmitter, thinking about like us being like a crystal going around different people. And then helping like bringing unity or bringing healing, and like balance to these people in that collective that you are around, as well as what you gain. And then there's these energetic, spiritual things that are left or that are always there, because love never dies, that helps assist all of us in our journey. And this is where us as healers, it helps heal us, because when you give, the world gives back to you. or the universe, because even if they don't give back to you, God gives back to you, because this is your job and you're gifting love to others, whether you see it or not. All right, Spirit, let's see it. All right, what do you have for us today about these energies, Spirit? What do you want us to know? It's like each one of us is like a crystal. We all have our own little unique code and our own unique way that we can transmit. Doesn't mean some transmitters are not online. We, as healers, as spiritual leaders, that means we've turned our shit online, or it's been turned on by God, universe, whatever it is you believe in. It's not about a religion. You turned yours on. You agreed, or they turned it on because this was a part of your job. It was set and destined and written in the stars, or up in heaven, and contractual, the Hierophant energy, whatever the case may be. We are supposed to be connecting with people and helping people so that we can all end up turning on our transmitters and growing within our transmitters and understanding all the distortions and letting things go and working things out. But everything is still not going to be a one way and one fits all, because we all have our own perception. But it helps us in regards to dismiss what is not meant to be there, or alter what is there for the better and higher good. And this is not just in our perception, but it's also in our energy and how we're transmitting. So how we are of aid to this world. I'm a little confused. But so we're all like a crystal in a way, right? Some of us are not turned on, some of us are. But through healing and through connecting and through having an open heart space and like working through all the programming. And it's not just all the programming, it is also constantly evolving. It's like we enhance and grow as our transmitters, or as our crystals, where we are more beneficial, we are more of aid, more of service. If that makes any sense. If everything here God made and God created and it has a purpose, if this has a purpose, you don't think we don't have a purpose, and there's energies here. Everything has healing energies. Everything has its pros and its cons. The more our energy grows and we get rid of the distortions, the things that are weighing us down, it's not even just in the physical or spiritual, it's like in that energetic, then our light is shining more, right? It is brighter. We are more clear of a transmitter. But at what point in time does your transmitter grow? Once it is pure again. Once it is pure, your transmitter can grow. Or once you have learned and you have this discernment of all of your wounds and you start healing on them, now you start expanding and growing. You start growing. So your transmitter starts growing. This is where we become more of love. Kind of like, you don't think this world might have been just a speck of dust? And the more this world grew and the more this world loved, it grew into a planet. How then, AKA, we are all our own little worlds. We are all God. It's funny because I talked about, astrology and like being in my own bubble, in my own little world. And there's a connection here with that, and I'm not really sure what it is. But my spacey self and trippy, I need to go. They have me like channel the craziest shit. But this is who I am. This is, if I start talking, this is what I start going to in some way. Whether if I'm talking about God, some sense of religion, some sense of, it don't matter. I go to some crazy place, It could probably be about art. I mean, because then we'll talk about colors and the spectrum of the colors. And, I have some weird view and outlook. But if you think about it, it has to do with your evolution also. Like the more weird you are, in a healthy sense and open to all that there is, of course you're going to be more weird. Look at all the shit that there is. in the complexity. We can break it down into simplicity, but the more you look at that whole and like take and try to faction it off into fractions or little pieces or microscopes or like, I've been working with a lot of quantum physics. So each little quantum particle that makes up the whole. I mean, look at the little microscopic nitty gritty of all the things that are involved in everything. I still don't understand all of that. Meaning, because I've channeled this before and I have been working with quantum physics. I'm not sure exactly how, but I've been working. Like, I work with the violet flame. I work with a lot of things. I have, lots of things that I work with, needless to say. And sometimes I'm not sure how. Like, violet flame, I know this has to do with karma and like clearing karma and all these different things, right? And sacred geometry, and I get a lot of weird numbers. I can be pumping gas. This is where this started years ago. I can be pumping gas, and they're constantly stopping the gas. And I have to read the numbers. It took me forever that I could accept, and it was sometime here recently that, I accepted that it had to do with light language. I've tapped in. I've done a little light language here and there. I do not practice enough. Just like I don't practice my mediumship enough. But that is probably, I don't know. I think that's more for something else, but I'm not too sure. When you're trying to figure all of who you are out, it can be a lot. We have 2 cards that came out. We have winter. We have take care of your needs. They have a wolf on here. It's about being the lone wolf, making sure that you take care of you. It is, I kind of want to say it's kind of like the hermit energy, but I'm getting more of that 4 of Swords. And it's funny because I was talking about druids, and druid came out. Hold the space. It's funny, I was talking about them. I was talking about holding space in regards to your heart, love, unity, because I was talking about unity and separation and division. And so then unity and us coming together so that we can expand and grow. But holding space is love. This is for unconditional love. So this card, Druid, with the words on here about holding space, there's a confirmation here about me speaking about druids, and then everything that I was speaking about, especially in regards to holding space and that connection. They're pulling me to the crystal that looks like a light on his staff, and then the hermit, the holding the space. They're pulling me to the heart. There's a very high vibrational frequency here of it's not just going within and taking care of yourself, but that holding the space, talking about that unconditional love, having an open heart space. Look at raising of the frequency here. And it's funny, it's the crystal on the top, and it's the connection of that holding the space and opened up more to God source energy, the goddess within, and how you can hold space for all that there is as that transmitter. He himself is that transmitter, but he has that crystal on it, and it's like his energy is pulling through and going through the staff to light his way. It's from the light within, and it's shining out of him, where then this energy is going through the staff, lighting up this crystal, but it's from him in his heart space. And it's funny because I show him with gray hair, like his wisdom, using his ancient wisdom, all the knowledge and like the metamorphosis. They're showing me the snake on his arm of like transforming and transmuting that rebirth energy of all of the trials and tribulations of life, and taking in and transmuting that in his energy to become that goddess within, kind of like in a hermit energy of like being your own sanctuary, being the vessel. It is, yeah, it's the sanctuary. And in the sanctuary, which is you are your own goddess, having a higher frequency of love and letting that transmute through your energy. And so everything you touch, you can like put light on it, or bring it to life, because love brings it to life, and you're holding space for it. You bring it to, it's funny, you bring it to life. And for me, me saying that, and I'm like, hold on, why did I say that? And then they took me to like confirmation for myself of that energy that I was reading and what I was saying, and why I said bring it to life. What is he surrounded by? He's in the darkness with all these trees and all this growth. There's something here with this connection of the holding space, the open heart space, and this bringing it to life in the connection to Mother Earth. Don't really know what. My head is really tingling in my crown, so I probably know more than what I'm able to say. What else do you have for these energy spirit? Now we have the Hermit that came out. This is retreat and recharge. It's funny because I was talking about numbers, and Saint Germain is about oh my God, sacred geometry. And they have all the prisms behind him, and you can tell, I can't see what it is, but the prisms, and it's not just the prisms of light, but prisms as in like triangle prisms. It's like there's sacred geometry behind him going on. And it's like that connection there of like tapping in and going within his own energy and connecting to like the I am, that all-knowing consciousness. It's tapping into all that is through the, like, that I am energy, or the flow, the prisms of light to recharge your batteries, the sacred geometry. I don't know. It's somehow all connected. Like through that darkness, going within the cave. What is that? And they're showing me like this going within this cave, and like that darkness energy is like a repurposing, because this energy that you're receiving is actually you. It's like a recycling of your energy, because where are you getting the energy to recharge from? From within. So from within, then it's from within that knowledge, and being able to be tapped into that knowledge, that energy source of the light that is within, to recharge yourself. I'm getting really strong healing abilities here in this Hermit. I know it's not the healer card. Oh, ha ha ha. And Jesus is underneath, and the great teacher, and he was a healer. That might be why I'm feeling that also. There's something here with this healing, and the light, your light being like going in the darkness for your light to recharge yourself, because you are the healer. Like we can all heal ourselves. I'm not sure why I keep getting that, because you're going into your purity. You're seeking the truth and knowledge. You're seeking the answers from within. You're seeking the star, which is healing. The prism of light, that connection to star energy. Think about us all being, when we die, some people believe that when you die, you become a star. Or that there's lots of different variations of that saying. But there's something with this of like you tapping into your own star. And so you have to go within the darkness to tap in through that energy flow, like through space and through time, to tapping into your star that's there, because it's your energy source. There's something, I've never gotten this before. There's something really weird here. And then like feeding off the grid of all the stars. That's why they're showing me the prisms and the prisms of light, and then the connection, like the spider web and all that is. I don't understand, Spirit. It's a lot, and it's all over the place. I'm always like, can we pull it down? But that's not who I am. It's always some crazy big stuff all over the place. The Hermit. And then we have great teacher. Learn from spiritual lessons. It's funny because I was talking about something somewhere. I don't remember, but they're telling me I was talking about it. So it's like, that's why it's funny. The wisdom, all that you've gained through all of your experiences in the druid and that holding space. Yeah, there's this gaining in like this God, goddess energy and this connection to all that is within this card, within all these cards technically. And they just keep supporting each other. It's like magnifying the energies of what I'm picking up on. And this is then being peace, right? You've learned, you have this wisdom, and you are going in, it's like this recycling over and over. It's funny, there's a sacred geometry in here too. I think, is that the flower of life? I'd be forgetting what they are. Yeah. Anything else in regards to this energy split, Spirit? So funny. I'm just laughing because of what I was talking about in regards to myself, right? And the cards like coming out, confirming that. I don't need the confirmation, but I guess Spirit, Spirit likes to play, and Spirit also likes to confirm. Spirit loves to have your back as a healer, as being tapped in. You know what I'm saying? They like to affirm you, right? So I love my job and I love Spirit, because you will get people on here be like, oh, you're just crazy. Oh no, you're not a channeler or whatever, and that's what this is here for. I don't have to do it. I don't have to say it. I don't have to be bubble-headed or in ego. I don't have to fight to speak my truth and fight with someone who doesn't understand or who wants to knock it or knock me or how I read or channel or who I am and what I know about myself and what Spirit tells me. Because that's not my problem. That's theirs, that they don't understand me. It's not meant for them to understand me. We don't have to understand anyone. See, with maturity and wisdom, with being able to understand ourselves, then we can understand someone else. Even if our understanding is, no, I'm not getting how they are that way or whatever, but you know what? It's not meant for me to, right? It's not meant for me to understand their journey then. But if it's meant for me, God will open up my eyes to this and I will be able to understand for whatever reason. We have shaman, trust in higher forces. There's the compass energy and divine timing in this for some reason. I'm like setting the course. They're pulling me to, I don't even know what the fuck that thing is. But it reminds me of a compass and like a clock. And then we have the traveler, move in a new direction. There's a compass on here. Oh, thank you, Spirit. What is this move in a new direction, Spirit? This move in a new direction has to do with expanding your horizon. It's moving away from what you're familiar with, what you're used to. It's like from new experiences. You need to experience something new, so you need to go somewhere else, like out of your comfort zone. And then we have Lady, enjoy growth and reap the rewards. Why do you need to go out of your comfort zone? Why do you need to travel? You know, hello, to grow. Why do you need to experience something new and something different so that we can grow? And when we grow, then we gain. We gain blessings because we evolve. So we let go of things like I was talking about that are not serving of us in that big scale of what I was talking about like plucking out the things that are not meant for us as we grow. We have those cards come out, and then these last ones are 4. So there's 4 cards, and now 4 cards that came out in a grouping that make 8. So 4, and then 4, and then 8. And then we have Elder, move beyond ancestral patterns. I love Spirit. Thank you, Spirit, because everything I was channeling, no matter how like weird it was, it is about moving beyond ancestral patterns, but it's more than ancestral patterns. It is worldly patterns. It is systems. And then it goes galactically. If you think about, what I was speaking about, it's all a pattern, which is not serving of any of us. But I did speak about ancestral patterns like DNA, healing that, right? And then how from there we can heal other like bloodlines, especially as being like a star seed, because as you heal yourself, it heals the bloodline that you're in. And then I was talking about then it can heal it can help send light, healing, that time through space, that pyramid of light that travels, light, the star connecting the star, because it's going to connect to who you are in another lifetime. And it's going to help heal that, to help heal those bloodlines. But then it's going to connect to where you come from, where you originate from your star seed energy and that healing, and help heal you there, to help heal that, and help heal the star, to help heal that star system, to help heal the world. I gotta go. I gotta go. I think I gotta go soon. Something's went. One of my little children is crying. They keep screaming and crying. I might have chickens. Well, not for much longer, but and some of my hens had some babies and they're little children now. And they're running around and they were crying, and that's a cry of like something's wrong cry. And there's stray cats that be running on the property, and there's rattlesnakes and shit all over the place, and vultures and crows will try to swoop down and grab them and eat them, and there's lots of things out here. I was talking about crow. They told me to look at the bottom of the deck. We have a crow on here. Autumn, release the old and rest. Thank you, Spirit. I love you. I love my job. They stopped crying. they cried a minute before that it wasn't as extreme. They'll be okay. They'll be okay. There's some hens out there. You know, the hens might have been the one freaking doing it. The hens might have been after them. They're probably in my garden tearing shit up. They might be fighting over something. No, they were on the side of the house. They might have ran into a rattlesnake. Because when they run into the rattlesnakes, they'll make that noise too, and they'll take off. And there's lots of rattlesnakes on the property. Which I actually have a rattlesnake tail because I had to shoot a rattlesnake with my Glock. I don't know. I was like way too far away to be shooting this thing with my Glock, but I was not. I was like 30, 40 feet away from it. I was not getting any closer. That thing was huge. I used to have a video of it. My daughter took a video. I didn't know, you know. But it tried attacking me when I was walking. So, you know, and it would not let me walk. And when I mean would not let me walk, I mean I was like staying about 20 feet from it anyways. And this thing was like, kept acting like it was going to lunge at me. And I was like, oh my God, nah, I don't like killing things. And I was like, oh shit, you know, which is really funny because for years, Spirit telling me I'm a shaman and I'm this and I'm that and I'm a Heyoka. And I'm like, how the fuck can I be all these things, right? That's because of past lives. So it's all of who I am. So they tell me all these things, you know, because time is an illusion. And like I know I was telling someone before, like they showed me I was a high priestess. And they're like, the fuck? And then they got really mad because the person I was telling, I don't know nothing about this shit, but they're like, I guess they're pagan. And they said, that's something else. And they were pissed because it's a different religion, I guess. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, isn't that spiritual? Like, isn't it just like a form of like, you know, some spiritual thing in regards to kind of like how people say witch, you know, being that, you know, you might make tinctures and you help heal and you say chants and like prayers and spell work and, you know, some sense of that, right? And like, because I was saying something about like an Egyptian past life, and I've had like lots of like Middle Eastern and like Egyptian and like some African past lives, which a lot of time when I was little, I used to tell people I didn't know like what color I was when I grew up, like well when I was little, right? Because like I have different people in my family and I had people that I called uncle and grandma that, you know, they were black and so I didn't know they were not family. And then I was like really dark growing up. But my siblings were white, like Snow White. And, you know, through abuse, I was always called the N-word. And so, you know, my mom would say she couldn't wash the dirty off me and stuff like that. And as I was growing up, like I had Hispanic neighbors and they had teenage girls. They'd always take me around and say I was their daughter, and tell everyone. And then I had to lie. I had to, say that I was their child. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, she's so beautiful. Especially, you know, I was really dark and I used to have like black brown hair and because it wasn't jet black, but it was black brown. And then I would get highlights in it in the summer. Like reds and coppers, because I have red actually in my DNA, so I can turn to a redhead. When I was really little, I did. Like I was turned strawberry blonde. So now as I'm getting older, my hair is lightening and it's whatever, my eyebrows and whatever. And then, you know, because I have blue eyes, I actually have my eyes change colors. So sometimes they'll be blue, sometimes they'll be green, sometimes they're gray. They have speckles, a little bit of yellow and a little bit of like amber in them. You know, when I was little, I used to like to change my clothes and change my eye colors because it tripped people out. You know, so I didn't know the color that I was, you know, when I was growing up. I don't really know why that's relevant. I don't know where I was going here. Oh, the African lives. So during that time frame, like people always used to say, "You're white." Like, huh? Because my mom's white. They couldn't tell what my dad was. Um, and so um, I'm like, "What are you talking about?" No. I'm like, I have been black so many times. I've had so many colored lives, and people used to think I was absolutely nuts. And I'd be able to tell them like certain things of lives that I've lived. And I told them how I was a slave one time, and people used to think I was crazy. It's funny that that little girl knew so much because when I grew up, I started having like lots of memories of things, you know. Which that's why people should be mindful of things that they're drawn to, whether if it is food, clothing, places that they want to visit, to so many different things that they like and are drawn to. Because for someone who is not, who doesn't have like memories or the ability to remember through gifts, um, through that knowledge, these can be cues of timelines that you have lived before, as well as your fears um, in regards to things, certain fears. People don't realize that ancestral patterns and wounds, they don't just come from the bloodline, they come from also lives that you have lived before. So fears. Oh, what the heck? Did you guys see that? Did you see where it looked like something phased out, like right there? Um, it's not the smoke. It's, hey, I'm gonna have to go back through and look at this. Um, Anyways, okay, I need to go ahead and pull some cards. So I need to go check on these little birds. I should not have took it. Hold on, just pull it. My shirt keeps adjusting in the wrong ways. Maybe the right ways for some people, but not for me. Um, which I should have kept that on, but it makes it even tighter here. I'm having a tank top underneath, especially because of the tank top that I had on. It's too loose. Um, I should have found something. I should have probably got like a sports bra out of the dryer, which I need to actually go get all that shit out of the dryer. Everything's going to be set in and wrinkly. Anyways, you can know things about yourself without knowing why or whatever. This is where we can open ourselves up to understanding who we are and where we come from. And I don't just mean this here, of where we come from now, because of all of who we are matters in who we are right now. All right, let's see here. All right, let's see what Spirit wants us to know. I'm going to go ahead and do the tarot cards. This is from, I don't know the name of this deck. I think it's Josie or something like that, but it's from the Paulina Tarot. The person who created the Paulina Tarot deck, which I have that deck too, with the doves on it. She created this one also. Which one of these days, being a Gemini, I'm not good with technology. I am good with different type of, communication, etheric in a way, like receiving and being a transmitter. But in regards to technology here, or sometimes even communicating here, it's not my forte. I'm still trying to figure out a lot of things on here on like what to do, or like how to let people know how to contact me. I do not have a website. So like I've been trying to figure all that out. I do have my business page over on Facebook. I'm not sure if I should put out my email. A lot of my other clients actually, Well, they've always had my phone number, but don't normally anyone call me. They respect me. They'll reach out to me on Facebook, or send me an email. Um, so I know I need to put down all the decks that I have, even though I don't utilize a lot of them. I need to get some more decks though, but sometimes I don't really. There's decks that I don't have. I can feel it, like this isn't it, or that I'm being called to, and it's not it. But there's also decks here that I have that I don't really use, that I don't really care for. But sometimes I use them, even though I don't care for them, because I'm called to use them. Like I can feel that, pull. And there's something really weird because I need to get this deck that has cats in it. I'm not really a cat person. I have a Leo moon, so I'm the only cat. I love cats. I used to have a kitten when I was little, and I love them and appreciate them. I feed these stray cats, and then they get on my nerves. But I'm not a cat person, as in like a cat owner. I don't like that they're not trainable. You know, let alone lots of other things. I don't like things like, jumping up on counters, and, I don't want them pooping and like in a litter box and getting on things. I don't like that. I'm kind of OCD, and they do that. I know. I've fed these stray cats out here, and then these little jerks will come in my house, and they'll attack me, run around, jump on my counters, tear up my freaking curtains. You name it. I'll be chasing them forever too. I'm not kidding. They will. Some of them have come in the door. The mama cat, I hope that baby that she had underneath my deck, that she left with me. That damn thing was almost dead. And then it was so loaded with fleas when I was able to get it out from underneath the deck, because the porch is actually a deck, and there's actually a porch underneath it. And it's like wrapped around. I had to break shit off to try to get it out. That baby was damn near dead. And then it was so loaded. I'm allergic to fleas. I'm allergic to cats. I'm allergic to cat dust. I'm allergic to the flea dust that they leave. I was itching so bad. I seen the fleas all over it, the flea dust. This little baby was damn near dead already. And I was like, I'm so sorry, baby, but I got to give you a freaking flea bath with the hose with some Dawn dish soap. I don't know. Finally, the mom came, and I got her to take the thing because it was like damn near dead. It was damn near dead when I grabbed it. I felt so bad, but I was like, what the fuck do I do? And then the other cat that she has, which is about 4 months old, the other little kitten, she's always trying to leave it with me. Now the dad keeps trying to leave it with me. Like last night, and then the cat kept trying to come in my house, that little baby, the other baby. I'm like, oh my God. And then it was rubbing on me. And like, and I don't know what to do about that. Especially because of certain like deities that be like wanting me to take care of them. Be like, you are a cat person, don't you know? Like, no, I'm not. I'm not. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Like, I'm allergic to cats. That tells you I'm not a cat person. I do love them. I do. I just don't really. You can love something and not like it. Someone's like, no, that's not true. How do you love something and not like it? Well, have you ever loved somebody and they hurt you and then you don't like them? That doesn't make the love go away. Now, you might be holding on to hatred, or something inside of your heart where then you cannot accept the fact that you love them, and instead, like, you just say that you don't love them or that you hate them, but you don't like them, right? And they're like, no, I either love someone or I don't like them at all. And I'm like, oh my God, and I'm like, okay, do you love a family member? Have they ever did things that hurt you? And then you don't really like them, but you love them. And I'm like, huh? Never mind. It's over your head. That's the same thing with the cats, I have had cats before that, were like this one cat, but it was actually multiple fucking cats. And each cat was always called Tommy, right? And it was always a gray cat. But it was always lots of cats. I didn't know this until I was older, because it wasn't mine. It was my uncle's, and my grandmother does not like cats. But I would sneak that cat all the time. I would sneak that cat, and that cat would hide and cuddle with me. That I loved that cat so much. But all these other cats, man, they're not. That cat was abused. And that cat wasn't allowed to be around people. So that's probably why that cat was more like a dog, um, because I would sneak it around, like, and give it love when I could. You know what I mean? So I would hide it underneath the covers, and put it in bed with me. And that's when, like, I really found out I was allergic to freaking cats, and I could not, really, when he passed away, I started not being able to deal with cats at all anymore because my allergies were too bad. Because I was always fighting my allergies. I felt really bad for the cat, and I really loved him and whatever. So, I thought it was really sad, like, how he was treated. That's why, like, these cats, like, I have so much love for them, and I feel so bad because, like, that bitch cat, she comes from I don't know. It's a mile and a half away from here, but it's around the corner. So I'm a third from a highway. And then, like, the owner lives probably about a half a mile up the highway, maybe a little bit more. And they come over here and look for food and find food from me and beg because they don't take care of them. So she has an owner. And with this one kitten that she has, before that last year, she was stalking me. Forever, I'm like, who the fuck is watching me? I can't stand stalkers. Someone's watching me. It was that bitch. Because she had another kitten. And I ended up catching her one day. And she had the kitten near here. And so she was the one who was stalking me. And then the next time around, she got more comfortable. And that's why she tried leaving her baby with me. I would try to feed her, but this bitch will attack me. She is nasty. But anyways, she had a new collar. I was feeding her one day when she was pregnant with this oldest one that she has that's about 4 months old. So she'd come and beg for food, and I'd give her some food. And then she would attack me and shit. And I'd be like, bitch, if you are going to do that, motherfucker, I'm not feeding you shit. Go home. And one day she showed up with a brand new collar on her. Your mom can't feed you. We'll go buy you a fucking collar. And then now you're having these babies. When she had that baby that she has now, once it was able to walk, she left it here, that 4-month-old. There was this mom cat that I started feeding years ago because she was damn near dead. Came from over there also. And then she had kittens, and I tried helping. She tried leaving her babies with me, even though she was like more of a feral cat, because this woman does not take care of these. These cats are more feral. Before she died, she came and rubbed up on me. She tried leaving her babies with me too, but they wouldn't stay. They went and followed her. So then she had to go get the daddy to try to take care of them. He ended up killing them or eating them. He's an asshole. He's the one that I be feeding now. He started getting fed because of her. He's an asshole. He's not an asshole to me. I'll tell him I'll fucking kill you. I'm like, I love you, but I don't like you. And if you fucking attack me, I will fucking kill you. And I don't like killing things, but I will fucking kill you. And I didn't start telling him that until, I got my chickens. So he knows. But he's not afraid of me, but he won't rub on me, because he's feral. I don't know where he comes from. But he will rub up on things and he'll purr. He'll wake me up in the middle of the fucking night sending me energy because he's fucking hungry. He's been doing this for years. I guess people told me that cats be imprinting on me. I don't know. Other things be too. But he tried leaving the baby with me last night. And then he's seen the baby, like the baby came and rubbed up on me. So I was petting the baby and, talking to the baby. Because, I do talk love to it. I just be like, oh my God, I feel so torn. I'm allergic. I shouldn't be touching you. I feel so bad for you. That vulnerability of someone has this responsibility and they're neglecting it. It's abuse. And so in this worldly way, it's not just me being a healer. It's not just me being, that people pleaser. It's this knowledge and wisdom. It's not just also because I grew up being abused and abandoned. Yes, it triggers those wounds. Yes, it does. But as a healer, with wisdom, we understand how this inflicts things with wounds, right? And if you think about things, we were things before we were people. We've had lots of lives. What were we before this? We're energy, and we have to evolve. As we evolve as things, we evolve into human beings. The evolution on earth is also a spiritual evolution of how things go. Can you imagine like being an animal, something helpless that cannot take care of yourself and is meant to be a pet, and out here sick and dying? Like, you know how many cats I've seen die out here, or dogs that they just don't take care of and be running around. I used to always carry food, dog food and shit in my car because of all the stray animals out here. I'm in Boomlands. They just be coming and dropping them off. So then I could like put down shit to try to feed them. That's like your job, you know? That'd be pissing me off. It's our job as human beings to share love when we can, you know, in the way that we can, you know, but also not be taken advantage of or take on burdens that are not ours. You know, it's learning how to do this in this world and worldly way to be of light, but yet not to be taken advantage of, regardless of it being a cat. Yes, these motherfucking cats will take advantage of you. We have the Four of Wands. I'm getting union with self with this. Union with self to then receive union, to receive with someone else. Like, you have to be open for receiving is what I'm getting with this. There's this unity and union with self, this harmonious relationship within yourself, this union. I want to go to unity, but it's not really unity. The unity had to happen, the wholeness, unity to wholeness. Once there's this wholeness, there is this harmonious union of self. From there, it opens you up to receive outside of you, is what I'm getting with this Four of Wands. It's the 3 to 1, the Trinity, the divinity that I am. It is that union within self into wholeness, which is then like that I am, right? To then go into union with someone else that is of equal or, you know, value with you in regards to energetic, you're the same. And then from there, then you have that Trinity, that divinity that I am in another sense, because you're creating something else. You're creating another energy source, because you're both your own energy source. You're both in your wholeness. You're both in union with your energies. And that first union of energy is not just self, but it's to source, right? So there's that. Oh God, it's so complex. They show like the triangle connecting to triangles, connecting to like the triangles and going, and how it becomes bigger. So there's like what I'm seeing in this is three, Four of Wands coming together to make a wand, right? To make one union. Because one is with yourself and spirit, them with their self and spirit, and then it coming together to make the three, and that union, and it makes one big one, the three, making God, I cannot explain no more. I've kind of done and lost sidetracked, got fumbled on my words. Hopefully you can understand that. I know I'd be all over. I apologize. I'm trying to get it together. It's kind of strange, especially because I'm not used to speaking to people about all this craziness, right? So union with self, unity to union, for that, because of that wholeness. So then you can have this harmonious relationship with yourself, to be in union with the I am, God source energy, whatever it is. So then you can meet someone outside of yourself in the same union to come together to unity. But first is foremost yourself. Then we have the Page of Wands. Enthusiasm, excitement, ready to share. ready to share, ready to receive. The Ten of Cups. It's really cool. You know, we went from all this weird, trippy, etheric information, especially in regards to the as above, so below, but in regards to like demonic, devil energy, shadow side, healing, all of that. Like, really, it's really kind of heavy and dark. And those cards here kind of supporting in regards to the angels and ancestors. And now in the tarot, that we're getting more information of what, why, you know, we were elaborating on all of this. Why are we going through this? It's like, why are you experiencing all of what I was just speaking about, first and foremost, what I was channeling? Because you have all this healing, you have all this growth that's needed, you have to work on ancestral wounds, you know, all these different things, right? So that you can have harmony within yourself, so that you can have unity within yourself, to come into unity. Because unity, when you come into unity, then you come into wholeness. So once you come into wholeness with yourself, this is where the three is first, what I was talking about, because it is, there's two within each person. It's the spiritual side of all of this and the physical coming together to one, and then you are whole. And meeting someone like that, and they have their little three triangles going on, of that scenario that I was talking about, and then you come together and create this union, this harmonious union where you build and grow together, and that is another energy form. Three, there's something here with the threes. 3 to 3 equals 9. Hey, that's endings though also. 369, that's endings. 333. And oh yeah, that's 333. It's funny, but they're showing 333 makes the 4. I don't know why. Why does 333 make 4? Like those threes make 4. I don't know. The birth of what you create. Whether if that is uh, in the spiritual sense, I guess, or the birth of what you create, like literally. There's something I'm missing here. Something I'm not understanding. Anyways, we have the Ten of Cups. This is wish fulfillment. This is coming together with other people and being able to celebrate life and be emotionally supportive of each other and spiritually supportive. But yes, celebrate. There's celebration here. It's that wish fulfillment within your relationships with the people that you come together with. It's family, it's home, it's hearth. It's like what we all seek. The bottom of the deck, the Knight of Swords. It's my swift communication. This is, it can be blunt, aggressive, something coming in. And then strength. So this is swift, can be blunt, communication coming in. There's strength. Like, why is this strength here in regards to all of this? Maybe because of the way they present themselves. I mean, you think about the Knight of Swords. That's more of an immature energy. It's also more kind of hot-headed. It is also lacking grace when it comes to speaking. I mean, it's swift communication. They can also be more blunt, more kind of aggressive, more rude, more kind of reckless with their words. So maybe this strength, it's strength for both reasons. They need strength to come in and speak. You need strength to, it's not necessarily, they need courage, that's where the strength is. You need strength in regards to maybe maintaining yourself, for gifting them with grace. I brought up grace for a reason, for gifting them with grace when they come in, when this information comes into you and how this energy is going to present itself. Strength to see it for what it is, and not like, not this is what you're saying, right? It's to see it for what it is, like energetically, and allow it to take place instead of I don't know, I get like a trigger warning. It doesn't mean it's bad. It's just maybe someone should be coming in and maybe a little more mellow and mature and with wisdom in their energy and this communication, but it's not there. So it's like the spiritual see it for what it is, and to have the strength to not be triggered, or, to gift them with grace in their lack or their, now I don't like to say lack, but I mean, it is a lack in a way, but maybe it's not a lack. Maybe this excitement just has them where they can't control themselves. Maybe they're not paying attention. Maybe they just don't give a fuck. There's a lot of things going on. If they need strength and the confidence to come in and speak, and then they're excited and maybe they're scared and all this is going on, they're going to be a mess inside, right? So that's like gifting them with grace. See it for what it is. Like, don't be triggered. Then we have the World. They wanted me to keep going at the bottom of the deck. The cyclical energy is also very karmic. It is opportunities. It is doorways opening. And then the Six of Cups. Nostalgia, past life, karmic. It's heavy karma. It's also Scorpio energy. Ancestral. It's okay. This new world is in regards to like nostalgia, but also the breaking free from that ancestral and like childhood wounds is what they're telling me. So a new world in regards to this, like overcoming that to create what it is that you long for, your soul longs for. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm done with that. All right, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pull another deck really quick, and then some advice cards. I really kind of have to run to the bathroom again. I'm going to see if I can go ahead and do another one here. I've been on here way too damn long. I've been channeling a lot of crazy stuff, and I need to go sit outside and ground myself because I'm rocking, and I also need to be receiving some more. So I might be back on here with some crazy stuff. I might be. Actually, I need to do this animal oracle deck. Spirit animal oracle deck. I don't take these in reverse. They're all flipped around. I don't have time to keep up with some of the decks, and this is one of the decks I don't have time to keep up with. I clear them. That's it. I don't have time to fix them. So I will fix them. I need to fix them here soon. I do fix them, but I don't have time to fix them every single time, so they become a mess for a while. I don't take them in reverse. Advice. They want me to do advice on this. And then I'm going to pull some other cards really quick to see if I can get, some other messages. Advice, guidance, and support, Blue Spirit. I didn't realize I was doing advice because they were telling me I needed to do some more, like another deck. And so I thought I was going to do that, but I got drawn to these. So then I thought I was doing these instead of another tarot cards, like for more of a reading, or for a second reading to see, No, we're doing advice on this one. We're closing this one out. And then we're going to start with the other one and see if we can get some other messages. Those first cards that I did, those are relevant for both of these, though. Probably just more of an elaboration or expansion. Hopefully we will get different energies. It might be more of an elaboration on this, though, also. A lot of times that happens, where they seem to be connected. We have Electric Eel Spirit. Bring your ideas to life. It's funny, it's a 6. It's a 24, which makes a 6. And they're pulling me, and that's why they had me look at it. They were pulling me to all the waters and the different waves of them, and then showing me spirals, and then like this makes like a little ball, like a bubble, right? They were pulling me then to the 6 of Cups because they had me look at that, and they were like, it's a 6 of Cups. This bringing your ideas to life is creating that bubble of what it is you want within yourself, your own energy field, then to make it outside of you. But it has to do with this 6 of Cups energy, and not the negative sense of it of the karma or like ancestral wounds, childhood wounds. It's the nostalgia. It's that longing. It's what you wish and dream for, and bringing this to life in regards to that 6 of Cups energy. But I get this bubble. Like first, you are in this bubble, creating all this energy, working things out in regards to your ideas, right? And how this should look. Also, any healing that needs to be done, any balancing out of things. You've got all these ideas going on here. And now it's time to take action in the physical world to create those dreams. It's not just ideas, it's dreams, and it's over emotions. Your emotional well-being, your spiritual well-being, this nostalgia, this longing, like that 6 of Cups energy. And then we have Parrot Spirit makes a 9. It's a 45, which makes a 9. Watch your words. It's funny. It landed out on the 10 of Cups, as well as, it's a big card, and the Knight of Swords. Like in regards to communication, watch your words. This parrot is full of color. It's vibrant. It's like making sure that everything is all lit up in unison, and you are mindful of like the life and how your words take flight. In the energies that it creates or what it supports, right? It's like being that rainbow, giving life, that breath of life, instead of being destructive with your words. So watch your words is about being mindful in regards to your communication, right? So this is for your 10 of Cups, and in regards to the Knight of Swords, whether if you are the Knight of Swords or someone else coming in as the Knight of Swords. Thank you, Spirit, for these confirmations. The threes, the 3, the 3, the 3, and 3, 6, 9. And we have 24, which makes a 6. And it also correlates to the 6 of Cups. And then this Parrot Spirit, which is connected to this whole reading, especially that Knight of Swords and that wish fulfillment and that 10 of Cups. with the 9 with the 45. Like lots of confirmation and synchronicities and affirmations here by spirit in regards to what I'm reading and what I have been channeling. And I love that. The fucking shit. 3, 6, 9, and remember I kept saying I don't understand 4. 3, 6, 9. What goes after 9? 12, which is 4. There's only 3 cards out here though. We have 12, which makes a 3. But it's in that. Thank you, Spirit. Canary Spirit, sing your own song. This is being truthful, authentic, not letting anyone else shape you, control you. This is dancing to the beat of your own fucking drum. You know, creating the life that you want. This is stepping the fuck up. This Canary Spirit is yellow. You think about in regards to yellow, lion energy, courage, courageous. There's a crown on its head. So in regards to what you speak into life, how you dance with the wind, what you create, right? Sing your own song. Take charge of your own life. Have the courage, the confidence, because you are the leader, you are the king, you are the queen, you are the goddess, right? Or the god. Like that's why it's about your power. You can dance to the beat of your own drum. You can create the song, the story that you want. It's at the bottom of the deck. It's funny because before, remember, we had the 4 cards, and then 4 came out in a group. So it was 4, 4, which made an 8. We have a 26 here. So there's another 6. Flamingo Spirit, embrace the in-between. It's that bubble of that electric eel. Being in that bubble, working on everything, working on all these kinks. To work out all these kinks, you also have to heal things. You have to have discernment and look at yourself and look at the past. You have to figure out what is right for you. There's all this going on. That is that little bubble of that electric eel. Getting all your ideas together to be able to bring it to life. The void, that void space, that in between. So 26, Flamingo Spirit. And yes, they're connected. Oh, you know what? Hey, you can see like a bubble behind the flamingo. I'm telling you, like they were connecting that to that. And it's like the blues and blue greens behind the flamingo, which makes like that bubble. And embracing the in-between. I don't know if you can see that there. Like, I don't know. Can you see? Oops. Can you see that right there? Like that bubble, that circle? It's very big. It goes. Like there's a reason they're connecting that crap. But the synchronicities of the 3s as well as the 4 to the 8, right? And then what? The 3s, I kept saying 3 to 4. And then the 3, 3, 3, the 3s makes 4. And then we had the 4 separate cards. And then one grouping of 4. Hey, but then that's 2. 2 to 4 to 8. Right? Yeah, because we had a grouping that all came out singly as 4, and that's one group. And then there's some, I mean, they had me do numbers. I'm into patterns. You know, that Saint Germain energy, sacred geometry. I still don't understand all of that either, but this is how I am. I'm into patterns also besides numerology and that way of numbers and like, you know, patterns. I don't know it all yet, but you know, it's who I am. It's how I function. And then they want me to share. So then that other grouping was all 4 cards, but it's another group, which makes 2. And then it made 8. And then, so then that 8 was important. They called it out. And then the 3s. But then the 3s, 3, 6, 9 is kind of what they showed me. But then there was somehow 12 because it was like the 3 to the 4. Who knows? It might just be because of the cards that were going to come out. So my weird way of channeling, I'm psychic. And everything I say is for a reason. Even if it don't make sense, it makes sense. Right? I can't understand it all. I can't, I don't know. I know, but I don't know. All right. I have to run to the bathroom before I start this second one. I have to pee again. I will be right back. Oh my God, I get it. Oh my God, I get it. I get it, but I don't get it. Okay. I channeled here recently something about like dimensions and something about, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was from like the 12th dimension to the 13th dimension. Okay. And that's what they were just telling me in there. Like they were reminding me of channeling that. And I don't know what it was. It was something really important in regards to that. And like that rising out of that 12th dimension into the 13th dimension. But that's the 3 to the 4. The 12, the 13, the 3 to the 4. And I don't know where, I cannot remember what all they were showing me when I was going pee, okay? But how, because there was something with the 12, and then they told me 12 to 13, 3 to 4, 3 to 4, 12 to 13, then they had me remember that channeling. Something in regards like that is kind of like how it went down, okay? But it was a lot more than that. But that's like the big gist of it. And I can't remember all of what they showed me. And then I was like, oh my God, I get it. I don't remember what though I'm supposed to be remembering. Like that's why they brought it to my attention of what I channeled in regards to like going from like the 12th dimension to the 13th. Because there was something there that I spoke about it. That was like very powerful, something that I need to remember in regards to that dimension or changing of dimension. There was like a mastery of the 12 to like anchor in protection, or I think it was protection to the 13. I think it might have been protection or some sense of mastery. I don't remember. Where did I channel that at and when? And like I know I said something somewhere on some platform. I said something. I don't know how much I said. So it's like I need to go back and find that, because if I didn't say it all, I'm kind of screwed. Because I didn't write it down. But anyways, I get the 3 to the 4 now, and they were showing me how, from the 12 to the 13, which is 3 to 4. It has to do with dimensions. And like the dimensional plane of rising, of ascension, right? Of rising, of overcoming, leveling the fuck up. That means becoming more spiritually in tune, more spiritually gifted, having more spiritual knowledge, mastery over the dimensions, over the realms, and understanding and awareness of the realms. Okay, you know what? I need to do this other one. This shit makes my anxiety so bad. The more I receive, the more I smoke, and they want me to quit smoking. And I'm like I'm like, can you help me with my anxiety? Why I had some lavender tea a little bit earlier, okay? It's been too hot here to have that. It's starting to cool off some at night where, we're in the 70s now. And it can go into the lower 70s where it's cooler. Because we've only been like 88, 89, 90 during the day. Here and there the last couple days, so it's like cooling off. That's why I'm a little colder this morning. I got a little colder. It's a little, the fall, the change, that like coolness in that wet weather. Oh boy, it it does something to me. All right. I really kind of need some water. This stuff is like on my nerves. I've had too much sugar. I feel it in my teeth. And my energy has been so all over the place. I either am so sick and nauseous and I can't eat, or I've been so fucking hungry and like tapped out of energy. And just feeling so, oh my God, and then so hungry. Like, what the fuck is going on with me? It's funny because everything I channel, and I'm not channeling specifically for me, but this is what I've gone through, right? I go through things so I can share it with people for helping them on their journey. And so now it makes more sense because I can't channel for myself. I get these things and I get them and I get things for myself channeling, but I can't do cards for me. And when I get them, I don't like process them out. I'm going through a lot, right? And I just I'm very avoidant also. Like, la, la, la. Okay, I don't know what this means, but okay, I got it. Okay. Until it's relevant for me to share. Share with others because I have gained in it enough that I can share. Right? This was my journey. And now I'm getting that energetic from the 12 to the 13, and why the fuck? Each dimension that you raise, I get the raw. Fighting those demons, fighting those entities, and how like every time you gain up, you think that when you're on a lower level that fighting those demons and fighting that shit is hard. As a healer, as you raise, you have to keep fighting on those levels. That trickery, that manipulation, that mind control, that all that it is inside of that matrix that is trying to hold the fuck on, or even like the demons. The demons control the matrix for power and control because it's distortion. If that makes any sense. Okay, anyways. Can we please have something else, Spirit? I'm still hoping to find my people. I have not found my people yet. In regards to this journey, I found people that I can resonate with for certain things here and there. But that not like my people, and even though I may resonate with them, I may resonate with them, they don't really care for me, you know what I'm saying, type thing. So I haven't found my people yet. I really cannot wait until I can really find my people. And I don't mean like some of my clients and some like friends or whatever that watch me. That's not what I mean. I don't really have friends, but I have some friends. How you kind of just family friend, or you friend of a family, and then you kind of become friends, like more of a support system kind of friendship instead of like actual friends. I don't really have actual friends. I have more of a support system like friends in that way, where we're of service, I guess, to each other. Meaning they support my journey, and with my knowledge, I help them. And if they have anything to share, then they help support me, even if it's just watching my videos, which I have a few of those. Um, you know, but in regards to finding my people, yeah, I mean, like me, that can understand what I'm saying and we can help each other grow, or they can help me understand myself, what I'm going through, help me make sense of it. I have had to be my own leader, and allow spirit to lead me. And yes, we should do that. But this is why we also need a support system. This is why we need to find our tribe. And our tribes are always going to be changing also. But you can't always be the leader of yourself and be the only one. I'm the one who's always trying to help me heal. Yes, we need to be independent in this way, but we also need to be able to run in a pack. We need to know how, because we help assist each other heal and grow and understand things. This is where, like, I can't wait until I find my spiritual group, my soul tribe in that way, even if it's going to change and evolve. Some will stay and remain, because we're in the same evolution of consciousness, near and doing similar things where we can understand and relate to each other to help each other understand more, if that makes any sense. And then there's no competition there. It's a harmonious union. It's a harmonious friendship, even if it's more of an acquaintance friendship or a supportive group friendship for the journey. We all need that. So I cannot wait until I find mine. Gets tired, leading myself. Where are we going today? And it's really funny I say that too, because my kids came down here to come take some things because I'm going to be leaving and I have no idea where I'm going at this point in time. It's looking like I'm going to be homeless. And the sad thing to all of this was I had my own home, and I also had a lot of money stolen from me. Then my home was stolen from me. Now it just got put up from auction because there were squatters in there. And they destroyed my home. So after my home was taken and put up for auction, now my family is like, oh, haha, get the fuck out. We're throwing you out. And the whole time I was here, like, my mom was trying to get me to be a drug addict and a prostitute. They were stole every fucking thing they could from me, abusing the fuck out of me. And so, I'm in a scary point in life right now. Very frustrated, feel defeated, even though I know spirit has my back. But this awareness knows, hey, there's no delusional sense. Yes, I might hit the lottery tomorrow. I might meet a billionaire who wants to marry me tomorrow, or a millionaire, or someone who doesn't give a fuck that I don't have no money, right? Yes, I believe in magic. I believe in divine timing. I believe in all these things where I know that that's possible. But you also cannot be delusional and not, these journeys are about sacrifice. Everything is about sacrifice. What is it that we sacrifice? Are we sacrificing in the name of growth or in the falsity of love? Because growth is love, right? So it's not in vain. We are sacrificing to evolve. When we are sacrificing, people be like, oh, well, why not pay for a prostitute, or why not have all these little hoes and do this and that? Because either way, if you get married, you pay anyways, right? That is the bullshit distortion of sacrifice. Now, in the healthy sense, you marry because you have this partnership and commitment and are devoted to each other in God's source energy for growth and for love. That is of course, we know sacrifice. We sacrifice. We know this. There's no different in regards to healing, friendship, growth, our evolution, leveling up, or anything else. So in regards to like this breaking free and all that's been done to me, and then like the abuse and manipulation where I've lost everything, that's sacrifice, right? There's sacrifice in everything. So I have to trust, but also be aware that I may actually truly be homeless. That may not happen because it may not be timing yet because of sacrifice. It's not to be delusional. It is to understand. And I'm not happy about it, let me tell you. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I'm scared. When you suffer with post-traumatic stress disorder and I've been through a lot of trauma, it's even more scary, let alone knowing that this is my family's way of trying to get what they wanted in the first place. They will not win. They have not won yet. Why am I going to go be a prostitute? Why am I going to go be a drug addict when that's not what I am? Yes, I may smoke cigarettes and that's my addiction, and I keep trying to let go of that, but that's my only addiction. I'm not even someone who takes medicine. Don't like to. I mean, I struggle. Like, I need to take some ibuprofen right now. I don't like to take it, you know? And I could be on medicine. I could be on Xannies. I could be on, that was one thing, like, my mother was abusing me over because she wants Xanax. She used to take her dog to the vet to get Xans for her dog so she could pop them. The hell? My dog's got Xannies. And my dogs had blood tests. Okay. Well, the first people who owned it before that tried them on all sorts of other stuff, right? Beforehand. And the youngest dog, he wouldn't give it. He just, it's motion sickness. It wasn't motion sickness. When I was traveling one time, I gave him one of his mommy's Xanax. I gave him a part of it. And I was like, that helped him. Anyways, they sold the business. And this, because of who I am, and because, I have anxiety and post-traumatic stress and all of this, and I've been through stuff, this woman thought I was doing drugs. I was taking their medicine. First off, if I want this shit, I can go get it myself, motherfucker. I told the lady that. And I didn't say it in that way. And I told her, I was like, you know what? I said, I could go get this and then give it to my dogs. Because I went and got gabapentin and was giving it to my dogs because I got tired of paying those fees because that's what they were giving them, and it wasn't working, and my female dog would not take it. At first she took it, and then she'd beg for it. And the other dogs would not take it. They didn't like it. After a while, she said, fuck this shit. Like, at first she didn't want to take it. But when she first started taking it, she knew I was trying to help her with her anxiety. And so she would beg for it because right? Her name was Nellie. She was my nervous Nellie. And she was that way ever since I got her, and I'd hold her on my chest and she'd just shake and shake. So as she got older, she was a Boston Terrier, and she got bigger, and like, she's 20 pounds and she wants to set her ass right here. And she's, baby, I'm sorry, I can't. And so that made her anxiety worse because then I couldn't comfort her, because you just can't sit right here and I just can't carry you around. And it got to a certain point where I was like, okay, I need to get them medicine. Nothing's working. Nothing holistically is working. And that wasn't working. Like, it took so long to fight to get them to take this medicine. And then she was the only one who would take it. And then she started begging for it and begging for it and begging all day long, begging because she's freaked out. She knows I'm trying to help her. Finally, the vet starts putting her on the Xanax after a long time of going through this, right? Years. I literally went and got gabapentin because I got tired of paying and was giving it trying to give it to the dogs. I'm not kidding you. Because I had 3 dogs. They did not want to take it. No. I don't take the shit. I'm not kidding you. That's the type of person that I am. I don't want the shit. I don't want them to take it either, but if they need it and it's going to help them, then I'll give it to them. And if I can do it cheaper, then that's the person that I am. I'm not going to bring my dog to a goddamn vet, pay all these fucking vet fees, and pay for this fucking medicine when I can go get something for myself. So needless to say, this new person, which the old owners told me I needed to go get all 3 of my dogs to be my service dogs, all 3 of them. And because all 3 of them, would service me for a different reason. Because he said, like, they're my service animals. They pick up on my things also. Which I never did because I owned my own home, so I didn't need to. I realized that was spirit warning me, right? You look back and you notice, even though I own my own home, hey, I still should have had that done. What if something happened where I got sicker and I needed them? Disassociation or this or that, and I need one of my animals or any fucking thing else, right? Not knowing that it was the shitstorm, finally divorcing and having gangbangers fucking going after me and shooting up at my house and like just all this crap going on. To then this situation, because I wasn't going to leave my home. I was like fighting it. I mean, I ended up shooting in a drive-by. and was about to go to jail because I got tired of it, of being in that fear response for almost a whole year after my divorce, especially all the abuse that led up to everything. And I wasn't going to leave. And for this whole time this was going on, family was hounding me to leave. Just leave my house, just abandon it. No, if I leave, this is what I need to do so I can sell my home or I can rent it out so that I have money and I can have a place for my kids to go and whatever. Now, if you want to help me in the meantime, and this is what I need. No, no, no. And they didn't give a fuck about money. All of this like situation. So, I am upset. I'm upset about all of these things, but I have to keep trusting. Sometimes like in this journey, sometimes when you go through this journey, you make a sacrifice and you might know, hey, God's got your back. But then when you get through it, it just ends up being different than what you thought, or being more than what you thought, harder than what you thought. And you're like, how the fuck do you have my back? You have to make peace with this, right? And still keep trusting that sacrifice. For some reason, there's something big with sacrifice coming up. Why exactly? I don't like to talk about myself, but I'm called to, and not to like be embarrassed by it or whatever. We all go through stuff, but I'm going to keep trusting. There's no different than all of this crap out here, and that's where like that entity and that feeding can come in. Because are you being fed fear? Is fear feeding off of you? Are these vengeance feeding off of you? These spirits, these demons? This is how we become whole in ourselves, to fight them and to have like that peace and that connection, that trust with God source energy, with flow, with the universe, whatever it is you believe for yourself, as well as trusting in you and all that you have been through. And no matter how hard something is going to be, it's going to work itself out. One, because you know what you can do, and what you can't do, spirit will help you through. It doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. It doesn't mean that you are going to like it. That's where we have to give up control. There has been, no, they told me to leave it. There has been in this journey where there are readers that will down someone like me. And I'm bringing this up because people want to act like money is everything. Or that just because now, because they have followers and they're making money, that they are somebody. And that shows that, in this worldly way or in the spiritual way, they are somebody. How can you, as a healer or as a spiritual leader, sit here and denote someone else when you know that everything is superficial, as well as everything happens in divine timing, and that everyone's pathway is also different? Someone will say that someone is poor is not a high priestess, or they don't know how to be a magician, or that just shows that they're toxic. That also shows that they're not a healer. Jesus was poor, wasn't he? He had nothing to his name, but God gifted him with everything. We need to break free from this egotistical crap out here. For years I did not start my business because I didn't want to charge people. I thought, how do I charge? Because if I charge this, it's too much. If I don't charge this, it's not enough. And then I'm supposed to be helping people heal. It took years of learning in this journey that I could not keep sacrificing myself, all of the energy of what this does to me. This is a lot of work. This is a very demanding job. I deserve to be paid for my services, right? But just because someone is getting paid does not mean anything. Does not mean that they're better. Does not mean that they are advanced. All of this is superficial. It also doesn't mean that you're actually a reader, right? God is the only one who truly knows. Just because you can read energy doesn't mean you can truly know, because we also have our programmings. Are you really through your programming? Or are you running out of ego? You can look at your life and see how you function to see how much an ego you are, or how much in the worldly ways you are. Are you still, I have vanity. We all have vanity. We all have superficial things, but how much in the worldly ways are you running out of this? Are you just trying to look good to the world? Are you feeding that vanity? And then using this as the illusion that you are better than someone else, or that you are more highly evolved. This physical world does not relate to the spiritual. People say as above, so below. That's not always necessarily true. We have the duality and polarity of that spectrum for reasons. Sometimes God puts his highest ranking warriors in the most fucked up situations. I mean, look at Jesus. I'm saying this because of the fact of, a lot of readers like to utilize worldly things as evidence to support their beliefs, and I know that we all do it, but it's the worldly, superficial, vanity, egotistical things, right? And so I'm just bringing awareness to this, because it's not okay. Now, in regards to toxicity, to help educate, yeah, that's one thing. But it's one thing to educate, let alone to, in regards to yourself and feeling superior. We have the Emperor running an empire, but they can also be controlling. They like control. They like things to go their way because they have a lot on their plate. They're trying to organize. They're trying to run a lot of things, right? This can also represent government in some way because it represents people of high ranking, of like military type status, governmental things like police officers, certain sorts of factions in that way, because of that control aspect, that power control dynamics as a leader, because the emperor is a leader, right? He's the emperor with an empire to run, which has to do with rules and regulations also. In a way, the emperor is like a lower faction in the worldly way of the Hierophant, right? It's not in that spiritual sense, but it's in that sense of control and law and order, right? As the emperor, because you have an empire, you have a household, you have a business, you have a world, you have society, this spectrum here to run, to control, to maintain. It is the emperor in all of us. And it's like this maintaining of your empire and what you are building, as well as how you are building it, as the emperor, as the leader, as the one who is running, governing. It's like, how do you want your world? Of course, the emperor runs and rules his own world, right? And all that is in it. How do you want your own world to be? How are you going to run it? So, how are you running your internal world to the external? And then all of your relationships, how are you running them? So, what programs are you running out of in regards to power and control dynamics and in harmony within how you manage and function and how relationships function? Like this dictatorship, is it a dictatorship or is it a harmonious is there like a harmonious partnership in a way, in regards to power and control dynamics in how you run things. Then we have the lovers. It's because it's running out of love. What choices in love are you making? This is the decision of love and how you control your world and what you decide to see and how you decide to dictate ship, right? Are you going to control like a strong arm as a dictator? Or are you going to, out of love, manage and guide and support? And there's a sense of like boundaries as well as order. It's like law and order. Okay, there is law and order on the simplified scale of love and justice, and like standing your ground in love, in wisdom and maturity to lead, to be that leader, to be that ruler, versus a dictatorship and control and distortion. And then this is relating to the lovers in regards to love, making a choice and a decision on the empire that you want, the love, the relationships that you want, what it is you want in your life and how you want them to be is what I'm getting with this. And there's a reason for this, because it's in regards to your relationships and what type of like system you want for yourself, what type of system you want, what you want to be a part of, what you want to contribute to and be a part of, and how you want to lead and rule over your own domain. I'm getting like a sovereignty here. And then you being sovereign or not a sovereign within your own being and who you're connecting with to build and grow in this empire, and how you're building and growing this empire, you know, because we're always leading people, we're always teaching, as well as we're always supposed to be learning. I don't know why I'm getting this with this, but this is what I'm getting with this card. With both these cards, the Emperor and the Lovers. Like, do you want her to, you know, are you going to choose self-love and what is loving for all? That law and order, right? Versus that dictatorship. What are you going to, this is why it's here, because what are you going to be a part of? What is inside of you? What is it that you want to create? What is the world that you want it to be? Your world, because it pulls in those people. So there's this self-love here in regards to it all. Self-love, the choice of love, like what is best for you and what you want to create, what you want to run and rule and like leave a legacy behind of. Because they're showing me like what we contribute to and be a part of, because it's long lasting, like what we're feeding our energy into. And what then is in return feeding us. Yeah. It's funny because it's like what I was talking about before, and opening ourselves up, opening up our heart, and then being a part of like that bigger system in that small way of our light and how we're contributing when we go out here and support others. Like when we open ourselves up to, like if you're interested in football, remember I was talking about that, and then you support all these players and you're supporting this energy. So it's like, what do you want your world to be? What you're ruling over? How do you want it to be? And also, what are you contributing to outside of you that it's going to pull into your internal world for creation? Remember that electric eel, bring your ideas to life? It's like in the spiritual as well as like mental space. It's not just spiritual and emotional, but it's the thoughts and the ideas of. So you have your spiritual and emotional, which is one world. You have your logical, like thought, mind processes, another world. Then you have this physical world of taking action, of building, right? So that electric eel is forming all of this. And then it also has to do with the emotions. What do your emotions want? Now that we're connecting things together in this electric eel because it's your ideas. But then your ideas are pulling in, because this is electric eel, it's water energy. What is your spirit, your soul? What does your emotions want? Now, how do we create this and make this tangible, right? As the emperor. Out of love and making the best decisions for yourself. And what type of love, what type of relationships, what do you want for yourself in your world? This makes any sense. And it goes back to everything that I was channeling and in like reading before, but in another way to speak it. The Two of Swords. It's not letting the worldly ways be the dictator. It's not letting the worldly ways, because the man is the emperor. And this is that control, that law and order. So it's more the physical way and also logical, right? For control, for power, for making sure that the systems run and everything's running smoothly. This Two of Swords is about the logical, but it's not just the logical, what you want, because see, she can't make a decision. She's blindfolded. She has to, the electric eel, this is where the emotions come in. The emotions and the spiritual come into the logical, because she has to allow her heart to lead the way, or her intuitions. This is like bringing into alignment what it is she wants. Is she confused on what she wants and what pathway to go? Why? Because the physical world and then that logical, there's confusing things, there's conflicting things. What is best for me, or whatever it may be, she's not sure, right? So it's then, well, you know what it is logically that you want. Okay, you know what it is in a tangible way, in a way of what you want as an emperor. You may not know it all, but you know things. You know certain things, that what you want to bring to life, or what it is that you want for yourself, right? You may not know all the steps physically in the emperor energy of how to do this, how to control this, how to build this, you know, how all these little aspects in the worldly way, in that masculine energy, representing the emperor right now is representing the world, the tangible world. Okay. You may not know in the logical sense of how all to bring it together. Maybe not even emotionally. But see, your emotions, if you allow your heart to lead the way, because spiritually, emotionally, you do know. Because you know what you want to hear. You know what you want to feel. And your spirit is connected to your feelings, your soul, and what it's want and what is your destiny. So allowing your soul, your spirit, God source energy, your intuition, your heart lead the way. It's leading the way through your mental to the physical. It's funny. It's it's allowing the feminine to lead the way. This electric eel spirit, bring your ideas to life. This is not just your ideas. It's allowing the feminine to lead the way. Yeah, the feminine as in your intuitions and your heart, and that unity of it, that harmonious union of that for your logical mind and your physical actions in this Two of Swords energy. Boy, oh boy, do I like the channeling some weird stuff and some just, whatever. It's not really weird. It's just, it's just different. Oh, God. I'm starting to get really tired from this. What else, Spirit? We have the we have the Four of Swords. I was talking about the four, or not Four of Swords, but the Four of Wands, talking about union, because I was feeling that energy, and they confirmed it. That partnership, that union. In a minute ago, in regards to this Two of Swords energy, That's what that Four of Wands is about. Union within self. This acceptance, this understanding to be able to get through this Two of Swords energy. To be able to bring your ideas to life, to let the feminine lead the way. Your intuition, your heart space, with the knowledge and wisdom that you have to create it in the physical world, to take the actions and the steps necessary, right? To confirm this, we have the Four of Wands. Because at the end of the day, you need this union within yourself. You need the feminine to lead the fucking way to be able to create this, right? And ultimately, you wanting to create the Four of Wands. Not just within yourself, but outside of you. But you have to start building you up, right? Allowing the feminine to lead the way so you can come into union with others. The Four of Wands. More synchronicities and confirmation. We have the Seven of Cups. The illusions. Oh, God, this is illusionary. Look at this. It has to do with illusions. That's what the confusion is here for, back there. More confirmation. This Seven of Cups, that confusion is illusions, right? Trying to figure it out. The only way you can figure it out is allow your heart, your soul, your intuition, the feminine to lead the way. She knows the way, right? And it is this unity of allowing her to take control, to head to create the empire that you want, the love that you want, what you want to contribute to, as well as the unions, the harmonious partnerships that you want. As long as you allow her to lead the way, you will overcome the Seven of Cups. I think the Seven of Cups is also here. I think the confusion is here because maybe feeling like in that Two of Swords energy, feeling like maybe her intuition and her heart space may be like tricking her. That's what I'm picking up on. It's just there's contradictory. There's contradictory, the emotional, spiritual self in this feminine energy versus the worldly way, right? The logical is also worldly way, and the emperor, worldly ways. So then there is, it feels like illusions or something is illusionary, right? There's trust here. This union and partnership within self is trusting self, trusting the feminine to lead the fucking way. And to feel it out. Ultimately, it's to feel out everything to create what it is that you want. How can you create something if you don't feel it out? If you go into something and you're not feeling it out, okay, this is why I was talking about my life and why I did not want to talk about. When I came to this platform, I did not want to speak about it. Spirit's like, oh, really? No, you're going to have to talk about it a little bit. I'm like, oh, no, I don't want to. I want to keep that over there on my Facebook. I don't want to go into that. I understand now. I knew. I kept for almost a whole year, I kept telling my family no. They kept trying to get me to go and telling me just leave your house. No. It came to the point where when I finally agreed, I did not tell them that I was going to go back and deal with my house because they just kept hounding me. The money didn't matter. They had all this money. My brother had just died. They got this life insurance policy, like all this bullshit. From day one, it did not stop. I kept them, no, I have my own. Why do I want? No. And it was all, oh, money don't matter to us. Money don't matter to us. If money don't matter and we're offering to give you all of this, then it was a trick, right? But my feminine knew. My feminine was like, no. The worldly ways was the illusion because they kept lying, kept tricking, kept manipulating, kept hounding to try to get their fucking way, that control, that distorted emperor wanting to control their own fucking way. Their intentions were not pure. My feminine knew. They broke me down. This is why I talk about everything, so that I can relate it to what I'm reading in the energies, to an experience of mine. So then there's this falsity of this empire, this building, this love. This is out of love. We have this also, this Four of Wands, this harmonious partnership. It's all fucking bullshit. They distorted my reality. Made me not trust me, made me confused. Didn't even see it though, right? Those illusions. And then thinking it was, I couldn't trust me. Thinking oh no, what you're saying in the physical is right. And then this game of charades kept up in this journey, right? Talk about everything for a reason. You have to trust your feminine. You have to allow her to lead the way, because she can feel it out. Even if she doesn't fucking know why, she feels a certain way. She knows why. You just haven't been able to tap into it. You just don't see it. It doesn't matter. My feminine knew, don't trust them from day one, whenever. No. It did not set right with me. I knew, right? But see, that's where the devil will keep testing you, because I kept going through shit trying to get your way. If something's a no, don't change your motherfucking mind, right? Especially if they keep presenting the same thing. Even if there's altering things on it, you have to trust you. You said no, stick with that fucking no. So there's a sense of trust here in regards to trusting your feminine, trusting your intuition. And this has to do with the harmony and harmonious partnership within yourself, to also overcome illusions. You don't have to be afraid of the illusions of your feminine leading you wrong. Your feminine knows the way. She's the first one to trust, is the feminine, the power that she has. Doesn't matter if you can understand it all. And it's not what I'm reading is not in regards to what my experience, but my experience can help relate it to an example, right? So, overcoming the Seven of Cups and the illusions of the Seven of Cups. The Seven of Cups is an illusion. It is, but it's not. Why? Because her intuition was not fucked up. But the outside world and this controlling emperor, and what was all like contributed into, like what, I was talking about how, what is it that we want to be a part of? This controlling emperor wanted her to be a part of, like as in me, right? So distorted my reality. Gave me an illusion, thinking I couldn't trust me, and that it was illusionary, right? Do you see? Projection, distortion, and projecting it onto others. This is why trust is so important here in this Two of Swords. And then that unity of allowing your feminine, trusting and allowing your feminine to lead the way for this Four of Wands energy, harmonious relationship, harmonious union, partnership within self, so that you can build it and have it outside of you. And this is also self-love. Doing what is best for you, for the higher and greater good. This helps you overcome the illusions, the confusion, the not knowing the way. You do know the way. Don't let other people fucking tell you don't. The illusion of illusions. Distortion. I forgot what I was saying before that, because they wanted me to use myself as an example for this reading. Oh shit, we have Tower. Oh boy. This Tower is meant to break the illusions. That Seven of Cups energies. So like, in regards to my situation, it's not an illusion anymore, right? The illusion was that I didn't know, but I did know. See that distortion, like it was not an illusion that I did not know. I did know, but they created that illusion with this control, even though I'm setting this up in a dynamic differently, right? This is why in regards to yourself, I'm utilizing the Emperor in another way. Now that it's another person for my story. But for myself, what do I want to create? I didn't want to create that. with those people. That's not what I wanted. I had a certain thing I wanted to create. Why? Because it was best for me and my children. They took my power and control away as another emperor, right? The dictatorship. Okay? Created the Two of Swords within me and illusions that I could not trust myself, and I did not know the way, and their way was right. See, my tower already came down, but this is the tower. So someone's going to be experiencing a tower in regards to all of this relationship, with however it is for yourself and the illusions. This Four of Wands energy, this Emperor, your own confusion over it, and over love, whether it's friendship, family, whatever this partnership is. Four of Wands is not just marriage. It is harmonious partnership, harmonious relationships. This is family, friendship. This is romantic. People want to see this just as marriage. It is marriage, but it's not just marriage. That's the higher spectrum of it. That's the highest faction of the Four of Wands energy. Technically, in this physical world, the highest of this is the first and foremost, which matters most and solely, the only thing that really fucking matters at the end of the day. Because if you don't have this within yourself, then nothing else matters. The highest form actually is the union within yourself, the partnership within yourself, the harmonious relationship that you have with yourself. This could all just be internal, right? This could be internal. There could be nothing going on outside of you at this present given time or situation. It could be, your shadow side or your fears fighting, and trying to have power and control over your intuition to break free from like the matrix and the worldly ways, or the devil is feeding off of you, from keeping you from going after your dreams, trying to give you an illusion, trying to make you think that you can't trust you and that your trust is an illusionary, or your dream, you can't have it, right? If we're talking about a dream and what you want for yourself, and fighting your own demons and battles, being out of union, making yourself confused, that could be where, that fear, that devil, that energy, if you think of Ra and the vengeance, like spirit, or in other spirits, like things feeding off of you, feeding off of that fear, or not good enough, or you can't have this, creating illusions not to trust you, not to go after your dreams, not to choose love, because they don't want you to love you, because that energy is feeding off of you to keep you in the matrix, to keep you down, to keep you not to be connected to God source energy, because they don't want you in union with yourself. When you have partnership with yourself, then you can connect with the divine, you can grow and to become that goddess. Either way, where it is for you on the spectrum, where you lie, there's a tower coming in to help shed light in regards to all of this energy. Bottom of the deck, the Five of Wands, competition. And the Two of Wands, authenticity. Being authentic, I can't fucking talk, authentic, being truthful and honest is going to help you overcome. But that is also, like, the more you are truthful, the more you hold on to who you are and your truth and being authentic. It's like the more there is competition, the more there is, this is the Five of Wands, but it's very competitive to me. It is competition. I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of, I think the Seven of Wands. I don't know why, but I'm getting nasty communication. I'm not sure why, but I'm getting nasty communication, and that's why I was thinking it was then something else. I thought maybe it was the Five of Swords, actually. That's why I had to look at it, because I thought it was a Five of Swords. I knew it was competition because I said it, but the energies that I'm picking up on, sorry, I'm rambling, because things come really fast, and then, trying to explain where, like, I'm leading to, or how it sounded like I didn't know. I do know, it's just going too fast. this competition energy, this competitive energy. This is also for this reading here. They're having me pull this. It's explaining this reckless, rude, blunt, whatever, fast in communication. People coming in running their fucking mouths. People coming in trying to like peg you the fuck down has to do with this competitive energy is what they're showing me. So that like the Five of Swords energy, nasty communication, quarreling, wanting to keep you confused and in illusions, distrust, or like deregulated. And the more you became authentic, and the more you work on being authentic and truthful and standing in your power, standing in your truth, that's like they became stronger in their energy, like that competitive energy to come against you, to try to stop you, right? The Knight of Swords again. That underneath here, the Knight of Swords. A confirmation of that. And they're like all secreted, just their faces. Really dark Knight of Swords for me. Secretive, lurking, shadowy, hiding on, like they're like it's manipulative, right? Because it's like they're holding onto secrets and they're gaining information. It's like, because what's before this? The Page of Swords. So there were Page of Swords before the Knight of Swords. And so it's like a gaining and obtaining of information and like pocketing it away and hiding and feeding you certain things, is what I get with this energy. Like pissed off you're being you. Oh shit, Judgment. Yeah. Resurrection. Rising the fuck up. It's not you being resurrected, or it's not the situation being resurrected or them. It's you rising through the fucking shitstorm. It's you rising through and more into your authenticity and union with self, trust of self, to be the emperor of yourself and your own fucking life, your own domain. That's why I was picking up on domain. You're your own dominion. You are your own motherfucking world. Fuck everybody else. And that's not in a mean, no, low vibrational. That's not a petty or vengeful way. That's just sometimes the truth of what it has to be. Fuck a motherfucker. You know, what right do they have to come in and try to control, manipulate, or abuse, or create illusions within your life, or feed you illusions and be nasty and rude as fuck to you? No one has that right at all. No one has the right to think that they can come in and treat you some type of fucking way. You know, the emperor, that's the other thing of distortion, is entitlement, power tripping, right? Thinking like that hierarchy thing that they are better than a motherfucker. No, that distorted emperor. Like you will rise. You are growing from this. You are gained. You have gained so much. There's so much growth here in this resurrection. That's why I like the person on here. There is like plant life underneath. So it's popped up from underneath the ground and is pushing them forward into the light. Oh, funny. Those trees come together in the middle and kind of make like a half heart, like where they're coming into kissing, and you have to like emerge through there, right? But if you look down at the bottom, it goes into like an hourglass. Anyways, it goes into like an hourglass. I don't know if you can see here. This shape here. Okay, this comes together here, like they're kissing or whatever, in like a half heart, you know. And you have to like push above there for like the light of like the resurrection of growth of rising above. I'm getting like higher perspective with this, but this goes in an hourglass shape, right? And this is the ground down here. You already rose out of the ground and you're being risen above to higher perspective. And right here, it like makes a heart, like self-love of whatever. And there's like patience here because it looks like an hourglass. It also kind of looks like an 8, like infinity cycles, and is cyclical. With every ending there's a beginning. If that makes any sense. All right, I'm going to stop right there. But oh, the Queen of Cups and the Fool. That is allowing her the Two of Swords, right? And coming into union, it is allowing her Queen of Cups and her intuition and her heart to lead the fucking way. She rises the fuck up. She allows herself to lead the fucking way with love, with her fucking intuition, to be authentic in who the fuck she is. In love and light, in healing, in intuition. That's her feminine, leading the fucking way. Ain't no one gonna stop me. And what? The Fool is next. So then she takes that leap of faith. She follows herself, right? That rise up. And overcoming the destruction, the rejection, the loss, the abandonment, the fuckery. With the Five of fucking, I could keep going, but I'm gonna stop. She overcomes. Okay. Advice, guidance, and support for this reading, please, Spirit. Oh boy, I've been on here so fucking. I've been on here for almost 4 hours. The fuck. Oh God. I will not be back on here. Okay, maybe I will. I might be back on here. I keep rocking and getting energies. I don't want to come back on here. I got other shit to do. I need to go meditate so I can process and you know, it's a tap the fuck in thing, you know. All right. Where are they at? All right, they want me to do the Moonology and then the Keepers of the Light. All right, so what advice, guidance, and support do you have for this reading, please, Spirit? Both of these readings are connected together. There's just different stories, storylines, but there's also where they are connected. So it can be where someone resonates with the whole thing or bits and pieces of both. They may resonate more of one storyline, but it's all connected, right? Advice, guidance, and support for this reading, please, Spirit. Advice, guidance, and support. I'm not sure why they're having me do the Moonology, but advice, guidance, and support. I don't normally do Moonology for advice. Normally, if they want me to do these cards, these are something in the beginning, right? Till I kind of set up the tone. I don't know why I just dropped all those. They came out in 2 batches. 3 here and 2 there. And they came out that way for a reason. So either way, I'm going to read these 3 together as a group and then these 2, and I'm not going to do any more of those. It's funny, I was talking about the higher perspective. They wanted me to look at the bottom of the deck. It's look at the big picture, full moon and Sag. That's that resurrection energy, that judgment. Once you rise, you get that big picture. Look at the big picture. They're taking you up to look at the big picture. So there's confirmation there of those cards at the bottom of the deck that I kept going through, okay? That these are the fucking energies. This is what I'm feeling. I'm feeling I got to keep going through this, and this is what I'm channeling, right? So more confirmation here of what I was doing, of looking at the big picture, of seeing the big picture, of getting that higher perspective view. All right, so these 3 cards that came out together, 3, hello. Your dreams need a practical plan. The electric eel of bringing your ideas into life. Like there's making that practical plan within those ideas. So this is full moon in Taurus. Be bold and make the first move. That's the cardinal moon. This is in regards to another person. This be bold and make the first move. Once you come into unity with self, once like these towers and you are stable within, that leap of faith that I was getting further back, right? There's not other cards up here, but after the judgment was the Queen of Cups, and then there's that leap of faith, taking the leap of faith. This is her taking the leap of faith. There's going to be a transition here in life where she believes and trusts in herself. She knows what it is she wants to create, right? She's making her practical plan. There's going to be a moment in time where, hey, maybe she likes somebody or wants to work with somebody, and they're saying be bold and make the first move. That's what this is in regards to. Something like further out. It's in regards to the wanting to create, what the desire of the electrical eel, but it has to do with the Four of Wands. Harmonious partnership with someone. So I'm not picking up any energy in regards to someone in the energy field now, okay? But then we have show the world the real you. This is the full moon in Aqua. This is owning who the fuck you are. And I say that, I know it says show the world the real you, but Aquas are very eccentric. Aquas are like the aliens of the zodiac. They are okay with who the fuck they are, as long as they're not running out of a lot of nasty ass wounds. But even then, they're okay with themselves. Even if they're in a wounded place, they'll fuck you, I don't care. And this is who the fuck I am. I don't care if I want to be this way. I know a lot of Aquas, not just as my son an Aqua, my ex-husband is an Aqua. I have lots of, an old friend of mine. Have dated a lot of Aquas. One of my best friends growing up was an Aqua, but you know what? She's not in my life no more because let me tell you, that vengeance spirit, you know what I'm saying? Something I've dealt with in my life, right? Not me having vengeance spirit, but people taking that out on me, like, needing to try to feed off of me. And all the Aquas I know, no matter where they are on the spectrum of healthy, unhealthy, not unless they're avoiding something, they own their shit. Now, they will also own running from something also. But in who they want to see themselves to be and present themselves to be, they own that shit. They will, you know what? I don't know how to explain this. They are very vibrantly them, regardless if it's authentic or not. Because there's always going to be bits and pieces of authenticity. Toxicity just dilutes things or distorts things. So that's that etheric, alien-like energy of Aqua, of be who the fuck you are. Own that shit. Own who you are, regardless if you look weird to somebody else. They're the weirdos and they don't care. They like to go against the grain. That's where they're rebellious. They don't care if they fit the fuck in, right? Because if somebody likes them, then they're going to adjust to them. They're not going to adjust to somebody else. It's like, you adjust to me or get the fuck out of here if we can't align, right? I have Aqua in my chart. And the funny thing is, through this, I've realized that Aqua placement is, I'm not sure exactly where it is in the chart, but I've been learning and understanding that there's something really big with my Aqua placement in regards to my chart. It's not something prominent, but it's highly influencing something. My being drawn to the Aquas, as well as like what I'm supposed to be leaving, my wounds, all these things are something big with my Aqua. In regards, I think, to owning myself, right? Because of that weirdness, that eccentricness that Aquas normally represent. They're eccentric. They're outside the box. And I just here, I've been trying to place that for years, and I just here realized that. And it was something I've been like contemplating and wondering. But when they pulled me to the Iris thing of that asteroid, and I went and I was trying to like get my asteroid information, I kept being pulled to the aqua. And then there was something here where it was just like something about the aqua inside of me. And owning all of who the fuck I am, that aqua placement is important. And like that, pulling that aqua energy for who the fuck I am, all of me. I just that like dawned on me. And I don't know why, I don't know how. But aqua energy, it will help you own who the fuck you are. You know what I'm saying? I'm being authentic, regardless if they're authentic or not. Regardless of their toxicity, their wounds, it's just the energy of aqua, and they're okay with being outside the fucking box. That energy and harnessing that energy. Like if you're struggling to be authentic, that energy is great to learn how to master, to harness, and being outside the box and being authentically you. Not as an aqua, but utilizing that energy to own who the fuck you are. That makes any sense. And that's where that aqua and whatever that placement is, I think in that aqua energy has something to do with me owning me. That makes any sense. Stepping into my authenticity. I realized that was a part of the journey somehow. Years ago, I started contemplating what the fuck, I swear this has something to do with me. I didn't even know if I had aqua in my chart then. And then I found out I had aqua in my chart. And then for the last couple of years, I'm like, how is this aqua? Why is aqua so important to me? And it's not just outside of me, but what is it about internally? And for some reason, the pieces just kind of came together. Here recently. It had to do that, with my aqua, or that aqua energy, and helping with all of me. That makes any sense. Now, the other two cards that came out together, we have Believe in the Impossible. This is the blue moon. It's linked to the trust, because it's believing in yourself also. So trusting yourself, believing in yourself, and believing in that you can land on your feet in that full energy, and you can create, because the magic is within you, right? So you can create what it is. You also believing you deserve what it is that you want, that you desire, that it can happen. So trust and belief is together, believing in the impossible. You're very close to achieving your goals, the gibbous moon, that resurrection, to see the big picture, have it all processed out, to accept your Queen of Cups. There's a transition there. There's processing for each one of those transitions. That resurrection, there's going to be a process time. I don't know what it is, but they're showing me there's a process because of seeing the big picture. And then moving into your Queen of Cups and accepting, and that processing, and then going into that Fool energy. All of them, there's a process there. But you're very close to achieving your goal, the gibbous moon. It's like, look how close they are. Like if you think about a portal, or you think about going through a tunnel, and you're in darkness getting to light. Look at how close they are. How close through that tunnel to the end to reach the light. It's like, don't give up now. You can see the breaks and the cracks in this tunnel of where you are getting really close to the end of that darkness, that end of, those restrictions, those limitations, whatever it may be for you in regards to that darkness. It could be darkness as in shadow fears. It could be limitations. It could be just dumb obstacles. I mean, they could all be together, because everything's kind of connected. All right, they wanted me to do the Keepers of the Light also. Advice, guidance, and support for this reading, please, Spirit. Oh my God. Advice, guidance, and support for this reading, please, Spirit. I did not want to be on here this long. How the hell? 4 hours. Advice, guidance, and support for this reading, please, Spirit. They were having me talk up a fucking storm. And do a lot. Okay. Advice, guidance, and support. We have Horus, Cosmic Gateway. Your thoughts are magnetic and powerful. Miraculous changes are occurring. Mm, that's fine. It landed on the Five of Pentacles upside down. That was past the Fool. Like that Fool is moving past rejection, neglect, being out in the cold, abandonment, loss, grief. It can also represent theft. Um, you know, the fear and all of this that also can take place in those energies, victimization, lost lack mentality, um, etc. I mean, we can just keep expanding on this. It landed on that for a reason. You know, like what do you want to create? Remember the electric eel spirit about bringing your ideas to life. It's like also being mindful of what you are thinking about, because it's also gonna bring this to you. This is going to be what you create in your outside world, right? It's going to be what pulls to you. And it's funny, I was talking about that in the Emperor energy, as you being the Emperor. What is it that you want to create? What world do you want for yourself? What do you want to participate in and be a part of? It has to also do with your mind, right? And if you are being mindful and healthy and whole within, or if you're just letting your mind or emotions run a fucking muck and be negative or be in fear, right? It has to do with this overcoming, and this being mindful, because you're near a breakthrough. Do you want to keep repeating? It's like I'm catching a loop here, like a looping of like you get close, or like all these struggles along the way of where this was overtaking you, and you have to keep gaining strength, that spiral of overcoming all that has been done right in this Five of Pentacles energy, until you gain the strength to overcome. So just keep being mindful. And some may be at the beginning, so that's why I needed to explain it in that way, to help them in their journey, right? Anything else, Spirit? We have Radha, Soul Flame. Rediscover a lost part of yourself. Experience relationship harmony and healing. I remember what I was talking about that Four of Wands and that connection with self first, a harmonious relationship, partnership, union with self. And I was talking about unity and then to wholeness or whatever within self, and that's first for outside of you. That's what this card is in pertaining to. Like you have to have this first before you can have it outside of you. Kuan Yin, care and compassion. Choose to do. Choose to be love. Do what is right for everyone involved. Offer a helping hand. Something with this Five of Pentacles. It landed over there below the Five of Pentacles. You're not the only one suffering from loss or abandonment, rejection, feeling like they are out in the cold. It's like to be mindful of this, that even if they are in the wrong, they have their own perception, right? They have their own issues and their own feelings in regards to it, whether right or wrong, justified or not. It's like making sure you're mindful of this and coming from a place of love and compassion to see if there's any way you can help. Is there any way you can help heal this? Let this help let this go, help overcome. I mean, whatever it may be for you. How can you offer a helping hand, or how can you at least gift compassion in regards to their own experience, regardless of who's right or wrong? I mean, everyone holds on to their own shit, right? Until you start awakening enough. And even then, you still have your own perspective. You're just awakened that while we understand and we're mindful, they have their own perspective. They have their own feelings. They have their own shit inside of them, their own little internal world, how it affected them, how they're going to feel right about some things or wrong. in regards to you. And then we have Master Jesus. I was saying earlier, the other one was Jesus, right? Forgiveness. You are on a path of light, love, and forgiveness. Father, healing is possible at this time. So I see why they wanted me to do this. More confirmation for other cards that have came out, plus channelings that I've done. Focused intentions, Diana. They wanted me to read the bottom of the deck because this is confirming other things. There's more confirmation, affirmation here. Think about what you desire. Set your sights high. Expect the best possible outcome. All right, I gotta go. This was forever. Today was supposed to be a day off. It's not really a day off. This day off was also supposed to be for spirit, but it was more like myself. But they called me to come on here. I was not supposed to be spending this much fucking time on here, but it is what it is. I listened, and that's all that's important at this point in time. I got to get off here, though. I love you. Thank you for joining me. If you can please subscribe, like, share. If you could also comment. I know I'm probably leaving some things out. I have to get comfortable on this platform and doing things in a certain way. I don't mind. I'm not someone who's, oh my God, I have all the answers. I know I'm behind on some things. I did not explain, readings and how energy works and like all this stuff, but you can go ahead. You want to leave me a comment, some advice, gift me with some support. That is so amazing. Support as in, even if it's just hi, thank you. A liking it, a sharing is even more, or subscribing to it. It is so helpful. I need to spread my wings, and I need help doing that too. I can't do it all alone. We all need support. If I'm not someone for you, you should not be here to this point. We don't need no low vibrational negativity here. It will not be accepted and allowed. If you do not like me, do not like this reading, you do not like my energy, or whatever it is that you may not like, please don't watch. Please don't subject yourself to things that irritate you or that you do not like. That does a disservice for us all, because then you're, messing up your own energy, which is not in service to you. Then you're also more than likely sending me energy because you're irritated, aggravated, like, ooh, who the fuck do you think you are? Or, whatever negative aspect it may be of sending me energy that is unwanted. No one wants that type of energy. Do you want to be in that type of energy? It's a time to be mindful. If you want more love in your life, be more of love. If something aggravates you, you don't like something, you don't agree, then you go find people that you agree with and that you can get along with or that you can support. Other than that, I love you. Thank you for joining me. Have a great day.